to talk about one very pertinent issue that we had faced during a journey towards quality certification, and that is human resource constraint, or rather, I wouldn't say this constraint, what are the issues relating to it, human resource. So as we all aware that infrastructure, equipments are very important for quality delivery care. But then what good is an infrastructure if there is no people behind it? Just a beautiful building, right? Even if you have the state-of-the-art equipments, if there's nobody using it, it'll just be lying in the corner, collecting dust and cobwebs. So, fundamentally, human resource is very, very important. The doctors, staff nurse, the support staff, the technicians, and especially the administrators, they all played a very vital role. So, go to the next. So, a civil hospital, as you all know, is one of the busiest center part and critical part of public health care. It is not a tertiary care. If you all remember that civil is not a tertiary care, it is a secondary care center. Tertiary is NIGRIMS. Okay, we are only a secondary. But the whole state treats Shillong as a tertiary care center. So every case is done in civil. So we have, this is our strength. We have around 12 departments, but of course there are minor departments, which I have not counted. This is just the major department, including OPD, IPD, ICU, CCU, radiology, lab, etc. And we have got more than 42 services. Includes many, many millions of national programs, which when you come to civil, you'll get confused. There's so many programs running in civil. Then we did have 84 doctors, but then 15 were deployed and 16 had gone for PG. So we are left with 53. And now that number is again decreased with the transfer. And then 6 of them are going for PG again. So, yeah. So we are presently left with in and around 48 doctors. Okay. And in administration, we have got 34 regular staff and 23 contractual. We'll talk further on this. The nurses, in total, we have 334 nurses, which sound very big, okay? And among it, we have 233 for the regular, and contractual staff is 123. Then paramedics, 108, contractual, 45. Then support staff, 207, regular, 145. These number, okay, keep count because it's very important. And contractual, 98. Other contractual staff, from other sources. That means this is again hired from different sources. We have around 62. Then security and housekeeping. This is from, as you all know, from which? MMDSL. All right. So this is the norms. The new state proposed norms of 2023, and this is our standing strength. GDMO, that means general doctor, duty doctor. See, the state norm is 73. We have only 12. With that 43 services, with 12 staff, we have only 12 doctors. They are running emergency, they're running OPD, they're running even the rounds, doing discharge, admissions. VIP duties, not only VIP duties, every event in Meghalaya, be it sports program here and there, some camps, everything. It's all from the 12th. And now we'll be left with only 6, because 6 are going for PG in the next this month. I don't know how we are going to run the hospital. No wonder we have that issue, that recent one issue. You understand? This is the main issue that is causing. Then we have specialist 6 and standing is 5. Super specialist, this is the norm, 6, but we have only 1. Nurses 223, and we have 334, accounting with the contractual. Paramedics 144, 153. This is also including the contractual. Support staff. Just look at the number. This is the norm, 113, but we have 552 standing. This does not tell you anything. Does it tell you anything, something? Something is wrong with our system, right? So we are focusing more on this part, right? But when we should be focusing on these, okay, this will give you the good delivery services, but we are putting more impetus on this. The 552. This is what we need. This is what we need intensivists. So we are all 0. We need cardiologists, we need a neurosurgeon, we need a neurologist, we need a cardiothoracic surgeon, we need a nephrologist, urologist, you name it. But we have only 1 endocrinologist at present, and a PMR specialist, only 1. The reason why that latest issue happened was because we don't have here. It's a head injury case, right? We are, thus MO are unable to handle head injury case. Because you need decompression, no? 5 to 2 minutes, 2 to 3 minutes, it counts. Okay, that issue arises because we are unable to handle the case, and referring the case itself take so much of our time. Nobody wants to take up the case. Negrams does not want to take up the case. Supercare does not want to take up the case. Bethany does not want to take up the case. Okay, nobody wants. Finally, Nazareth agreed. Okay, so that was the issue, because we don't have here. We don't have these. When we have, see, we have so much of this, but here, what we need, we don't have. We're all 0. So emergency in medicine, 0. Plastic surgeon also, when we have multiple facial injuries, we cannot handle. So when we send to Negrams, again they'll say, what is the one very common answer they always give? No vacant bed. It's a very famous word from the Negrams. Okay. And but the real thing is, whenever there's a call from Tripura Medical College, bed is always available. So the state should take up this issue with Negrams even. I feel, because we have had multiple, but we never record this, but we had multiple issue with them, since we don't have all these. So we'll touch a bit on fund. It will have a connection later on. So the sources of fund, we have MHS funding, hospital management funding. We even have IPA funding, internal performance, which we all are doing. Then we have LOA. This is from the government fund. So how many of us are aware of what this fund is doing? What is the purpose of this fund? What is the purpose of this fund? This one? And what is the purpose of this? How many of us are aware? I don't think many, I think 90% are not aware. Because I'm seeing in my own hospital, there is a mixing of the usage of the funds. It's all haphazard. Okay. So regarding MHS, they have a guideline. IPA, they have a guideline. This one, no guidelines. You can do as you please. LOA, this is mainly for office expenses. So majority of the contractual staff has been contributed from MHS and IPA, right? So even our, I'm sorry to say, but even our administrator doesn't understand the meaning of this one and this one. We used to have a lot of fight because this fund has been misutilized for this or sometimes here. Okay. So when when we don't know what the purpose of this and this one, we are all in a soup. So I'm just showing you a little bit in a bit detail. In MHS, approximately in a year, they have around 9 crores of, in and around, this is just an approximate amount, 9 crores in a year. But they are expending on HR. How much? 83 lakhs. HMS, this is their total income, but this is their expenditure, 2 crores. IPA, of course, I'm looking after it. It's only 2 lakhs. Okay, we are spending on HR. LOA, mainly it is office expenses. So we have in and around 61 crores of rupees expenditure on human resource itself alone. So my question is, this, okay, if somehow we can reduce this portion, okay, then we can increase that amount here where we are lacking, right? Because this will be the issue in the next coming years. Every person will demand this. So, for regular staff from LOA, from this is the LOA, this is the human expenditure. This will include our salary too, 58 crore. Okay. So what will be the impact? So if human resource is not properly managed, we will have a very compromised quality of care. As we have already seen the recent happenings in Sibyl. Okay, that was so compromised because the same doctor is doing night, he's doing OPD, he's doing like, it's a total burnout. So that quality of care has been greatly compromised. Then another is we have trained staff. We have very good, we have very dedicated and trained staff. The moment they are trained, they will be transferred. Or they will leave the service, they leave a government job because it's not very lucrative for them, right? So they have, sorry. And then we don't have a system where we can we don't have any performance-based, we don't have an incentive basis. Though MHS has started, but very few hospital has done incentive-based, performance-based incentivization. Okay, except I remember in chess, every incentive is based on the performance, because that is very tedious, because we need case by case audit. So it is not, I don't think it is done anywhere except in RPHS. Okay. So if we can somehow utilize this, we can somehow motivate their performance. Then, as you have seen, unnecessary. Do we require so much of support staff? What do we require in this present day? Okay. So again, that will be the question to be asked to the audience. Then, again, overwork. 12 MOs doing all the work in the hospital. So it's not very easy. Then those departments that are stretched, emergency department, they are really stretched. Okay. So again, that will affect that they will impact the performance. So what we found so far is there are 3 areas of constraint. Can be skills, administrative constraint. I won't say it's not a constraint. It's actually the mismanagement and infrastructure. Have we ever measured their performance, their competency? We don't know. Okay, nurses are just kept there without even analyzing their skills. We don't have. So administration, again, like Dr. Panbo has, he talked earlier. So LDUD, what do they know? They don't even know how to handle the central, the storage. They don't even know what is BMW. They don't even know anything what is who is working and what is working, not working. They don't know who is on leave, whose doctor is still working. So you can leave that. So we need to concentrate on these 2. Infrastructure, if you don't have better quality rooms, like for example in Sibyl, we don't have doctor's room. I think it is the only hospital that doesn't have a doctor's room. Yes, it's true. We don't get to meet each other. I reached at 9:30, start my OPD. Once OPD ends, I did my extra work, go home. Because I don't have a place to sit. I don't even have a place to keep my bag. Okay, so I think infrastructure is also part of the issue. So like I said, skills, gaps in clinical and nursing staff is very important. Then trainings, we also need induction training. Those who are coming to the system for the first time, they need training. You cannot expect a person coming straight from internship and keep him in an emergency. So what will happen? So this is what is happening in Meghalaya. Then there is a huge burnout for those who are working. Okay. For those who are working, there will be a complete burnout. And then contractual staff. So what happens is when you have lots of contractual staff, regular staff don't do any more work. There is a lot of dependency on contractual staff. However, the pay remains the same for them. Okay. Then again, we need an HR manual processes, SESA processes, I mean. So we don't have, we have very limited career growth. So we are stuck in the same. We don't have MO. For instance, like for doctors, it's okay, but for those staff, they remain in the same position throughout their career. So there is no challenge, there is no challenges to them. And so there is a lack of satisfaction. So what happened is the last is staff feel dissatisfied. Administration, again, we have, I don't know, this is what we are thinking. So this will be open to this discussion later on. We'll take all the discussion together so that we come up with a sustainable solution. So this is what we're just thinking, that maybe administration is because of slow recruitment. There's something is wrong with the recruitment process in our state. Very, very wrong. I do not know what, but there's something is wrong. They do not look at what happened in the ground and what is going on here. There's a big gap. Then we don't even have autonomy. Okay, we cannot terminate any staff. We cannot hire any staff either. We are stuck with the same staff whether you like it or not. Okay, whether he perform or not perform, I'm stuck with him or with her for the rest of my life. So we don't have a system, a software. We don't have even a software that will monitor all the staff. I don't know what staff is coming to work, which staff are not coming to work. Okay, whether he's coming regularly, he's not coming regularly, I don't even know. So we don't have any monitoring system. So it's all haphazardly and chaotically done. So again, like I mentioned, total dependency on contractual. Because for them, they fear that they might lose their job, so they're doing. But the regular, you will not see them in the campus. I'm telling you, this is happening in Sibyl. I am sure, I'm 100% sure it's happening everywhere. Right? No? Okay. So we don't have any monitoring system. Like I said, no monitoring system. No strong governance. And there is no penalized system. If you're not coming to work, it's okay. You get promotion, yes, correct. You'll be awarded, right? That's what you'll be awarded also, right? Those who are not working. So, I mean, it's a totally screwed up system. For me, this is my personal opinion. So again, like I said, if there is an adequate workplace, again, equipment shortages, insufficient staff accommodation, like it's happening. You see in Sibyl, if you come to Sibyl, okay, it looks like the hospital is always full. Actually, those are staff. With no place to sit. Imagine this is really happening. It is actually happening. And we don't have any safety norms. Okay. The ceiling might fall at any time. We don't know the roof. We don't know. Health engineering wing, of course, they will sign that it is very safe. High safe since 1962, very safe. But we don't know. And we have no introduction of new services. See, I've been fighting for echo to start echo in Sibyl Hospital. It's because we've been sending these tests. It's very tedious for a patient, especially from ICU, no? To transport the patient outside. Still, we are unable to do that since 2023. Even though we have sent a few doctors for training. After she returned from the training, still, I didn't see any sign of that procurement of machines. So we are procuring the wrong things, not for the right thing. Because when you procure any equipments, you also have to think about what the delivery of services is going to bring. How it's going to amp up our services. How to bring patients to our institution. Okay, we should feel shy that we refer patient out. Okay, it's a shame that we refer patient. We should be happy that patients are coming to our institution. That shows a performance. But it is not happening. That I've seen is just the opposite in our state. We feel very happy when we have to, okay, that case, transfer him. That's to Sibyl, transfer him to where? We are very happy with that. Okay, but we are not happy if the patient stays in the hospital. This is the true fact. Consequences, what happened? Like I've already mentioned, burnout. Among motivated staff, only those who work. I'm telling you, honestly, out of 10 people that we are running for, while we are running for NQuas certification, out of the 10, I have only 2, which I can depend solely day or night. Only 2 does the job of 10 people. Okay. So what happened is the rest 6, 8 of them, they don't care, but there's a big burnout for the 2 of them. Then patient, because only few doctors are working, a few of the staffs are working, patient has to wait a long, long time. Okay, that's why the RTAT will increase. Then there'll be a reduced care quality, of course, like we mentioned. Who likes to be treated by a very grumpy doctor? When you're not well rested, okay, I'm telling you, it's very easy. What is the? I'll just tell you in the house what happened is, they had a meeting with high ops regarding the issue with the what happened in with that Nehu student in civil hospital. What was the outcome of that meeting? They said that we need a training, soft skill training, which is partly right, but then training a soft skill training to a very tired doctor. What good can it get? Tell me. He is very tired. Done 8 hours shift. I'm telling you frankly, if I'm not well rested, if I have not slept well in the previous night, I will be very grumpy. Honestly. So in the West, they think about the doctors' well-being. They look at the structure. They look at the work. They do as per the amount of hours you are doing. So that is the amount you're paying. There is one studies. I didn't put up in the slide, but it is well written. In Times of India, it came very recently, comparing the health system of India and the West. So there they took into account all these factors, but not in here, especially in Meghalaya. Poor patient satisfaction, fund misutilization. Like I said, we all don't know what fund is used for what, because MHS is supposed to be patient-centric. Okay, IPA is meant for quality. HMS looks after the hospital equipment. LOA is mainly for offices. So we all don't know. We jump up. We mishandle all these funds that we are getting, and mostly we spend it on HR. I'm telling you, there's a fun fact in Sibyl. It is fun fact. Government order: you should start an IDSP reporting unit from tomorrow. What to do? What to do? What to do? Hire one staff. Okay, that is the solution. We don't have a DOTS reporting unit. What to do? Hire another staff tomorrow. I've always kept this issue keep popping up, even though after multiple times. Why cannot this staff handle 2-3 things at the same time? So this is happening in Sibyl. I don't know what in other district. Is it the same? The same. So what happened is, we have misutilized our funds, which we should be using in our delivery services. So I don't know. It's up to the House. We will discuss these properly. It's open to discussion, and hope we take this recommendation up, all these recommendations. I don't know, we have just shortlisted in short term, medium term, and long term. Maybe we should rationalize human resource. We should learn to rationalize them. We should have a system. Then we should have a skill-based posting. If that person is very good in emergency, keep her in an emergency. Don't keep her in the, where? OT. OPD maybe, yeah. Such a wastage, right? So this is happening. And we should have a refresher training, which we don't. Then, and relieve unnecessary contractual posts, so much of wastage. Okay, if there is a need to hire contractual staff, then what is the regular doing? If we have a system that we can terminate regular staff, which they are not performing, that will be very good. I don't know. This is we should have that system, right? But in a government, once you hire, you cannot terminate. Have you ever tried to terminate a staff? Have you ever tried? It will take 20 years. By the time he's already retired, it will maybe 50 years, yeah. I have a few staff who boosted that by the time that action was taken, my bones would have rot in the grave. See, this is a system we're having. Okay. It's very bleak, I think, the future. So we have to have a communication. See, like what you're doing, JDQC, you have a communication between MI, MCH and all. It's a very good thing. So in civil, we do not have this communication. It's all, like, for instance, I'll give you an example. We have done training on ELS training. Few doctors. And then we had told them that once you have completed this training, please train your staff too, especially ICU staff. Okay. And then the case was forgotten. During assessment, when did we receive training? We don't know. Oh my God. I had to take out the order. Okay, so we don't have this system of communicate, like from the top to the bottom. We don't have one system to communicate. It's somewhere this communication gets stunted somewhere. I don't know. Is it happening in other districts? Yes, I think it's the same. Yeah. Then we should have, I think, one is unified SOP for all sources of income. See, like LOA, we don't have an SOP, like HMS also doesn't have an SOP. You know, they are doing whatever they want. Okay, we don't have. The state, I think this is the need of the hour. So from the medium term, maybe we should have one structured induction and training. We don't have till of late. JDQC has tried. All applause to them. But then we don't know for how far we will go. Implementation of HRMIS, again, this is a system which we had earlier highlighted. Then department-wise HR norms, if possible. HR data review, we don't have data review, we don't know how many we have. I think if I ask any district also, do you know how many contractual staff you have? You'll say no. Okay, because my own colleague does not know this. Okay, because I have done the research, I have done the data myself. And for the record, just to get the data, okay, it took me almost 2 weeks. Because that information is what ma'am, that information is with Pak Doling. Pak Doling said, that information is with Kong Yurida. Then when I called her, no, the information is with the MRD. I don't know. So this is the system that we are working. Okay. So long term, maybe we can fill up all sanction posts. Maybe. This is a maybe. We will talk about it. Then we should have some appraisal system in place. Like all private hospitals, they are doing it, no? Why do we all like to go to private? Because they have this kind of award system where the performance is being awarded from time to time. But we don't have. Those in the government, it's just the opposite. Those who don't work, they get the most benefit. Okay. And career pathways, we should be more open. There should be some uh, eh, open to long-term career growth. And then we should have a retention strategy. Like I said, we train so many staff. Just recently, we trained around 60 of those security guard, well trained, prepared for NQuas. Okay, what happened? Just 5 days, they got transferred to Nigrims. All of them, all the 60. So we don't have a system, okay. We don't have a retention, like similarly with a doctor, similarly with a staff nurse. And then effective, we should have a monitoring evaluation system. We don't have in the state. This is very vital, I think, because if you don't have the system, right, how do you feel that, how does it feel if you feel that the system does not care about you? See, the thing is that the thing that we like about private practice is because we feel that the administration cares about you. Your ideas is of value, okay, but it's not happening in a government setup. We feel devalued. We feel that the government does not care about us. So what happened is, one fine day we'll just give a resignation letter, as it is going to happen in civil right now. Many are threatening resignation. So this is a very, very important issue to be highlighted. We should be discussing on this. So I think we have come to the end. This is open to discussion, and I hope we have very practical recommendations from all the house so that we can take up. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Bover. I think everybody is in unison with what she has. She's put her heart out. That is what NQuas does to you. So you all are in agreement? Are you all in agreement? Say hallelujah. So next up, we have Dr. Skem from Pongtung. He'll give us a short presentation. Question and answers is during the panel discussion. We are short on time. So Dr. Skem, please come over, please. He's the doctor in charge of Pongtung. I had just talked to you about. So he'll make his presentation, and after that, Byron will carry on with the panel discussion.
Hello, good morning, everybody. Yeah, maybe good morning to my senior, my colleagues, and my junior, and my friend. Most of them, I recognize some, but my first person I recognize today in the morning is Dr. Marak from Ringdo. Yeah. Okay. I'm sorry also because most of the time I was confined to Pongtung PEC for the last 15 years, so I don't have this experience, this type of speech. So I might mix in Kasi also. Okay. 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 Yeah, just introduce a little bit about my PEC. I think you just look at the screen. No need for me to explain. Okay. Because I already said that I'm not very experienced in this type of speech. Okay. And then, 42 village and population is 26,000. 26,644. Number of subcenter I have is 3 subcenter. Asia is 43, and Akanwadi is 41. Then this type of test we conducted in my PEC 43. And then there's a staff portion is almost only 28 in my PEC, only 1 MO, and okay, 29 only. Whatever. I just because I was to express my challenges and my financial constraint. This is my part, I think. And this much of in the last 5 years, I think you around 125,000 OPD, 10,000 IPD alone, single MO. I think I come here with a lot of problems. Okay, in the last 8 months till date, OPD is around 1200, 625. IPD is, uh, uh, no, I think confused. IPD is, total again. Yeah, IPD is 1,388, and I have did scanning almost 13,000 in the last year, 13,000 plus the last year, previous year, when I joined incomplete my ONG 6-month training from Chennai. Then about this one, actually, MHS claim, we are starting the MHS claim is from 2023. I think this much only. I will come because I have to go very, very fast. Okay, challenges. For the last 15 years, I joined my place of posting at Pongtung PEC since 2010. Initially, I went there like I don't feel like initially in the first 2 years, nobody is there in the PC, no delivery, no IPD. So initially in the first 2 years, the patient party, they call me, doctor, somebody is get very serious at 6 at home, please come. Then they don't come to my PC, so what I do, being humans, then I consider, okay, I'll come this time, one next time, so you should come to my PC. Okay. And then it took me around 2 years to convince them to come to my PC. And the first delivery, I think, in the years 2013. It's no data is here. Okay. Then slowly from 2013 onward, I'm working like a multi-purpose, not like a medical officer, like a multi-purpose officer. Yeah, because when I admit the patient, doctor, drip is finished. Then I told them, okay, sister is there, you go and inform. Then somehow to convince my people to come to PPC, okay, I'll come. I just do my job. Then slowly I'll teach them this procedure, this step, how when you come to start, what the purpose, what's the meaning of a staff nurse, what it means to NM, no any supervisor. Means some minor problem, you should not inform me. You should inform that staff nurse on duty. Yeah, suppose any complaint, suppose they have fever, they come directly to me. So my patient have severe fever. Then initially to convince them, so I have to do it, I have to check the patient, I have to check that patient. So I think we have a very poor ambulance. My ambulance is since 2013, already condemned by the MDSL in the last year. But recently I already get repaired. We spent around 70 or around 80 to 90,000. You know why? Because this is my problem. There is no 108 sometimes in a bad weather conditions, no 108, no ambulance, no network, bad road condition, patient is critical condition. I have myself transport a patient from my PEC to higher facility for 6 times. Some are 3 ANC, 3 are critical patients. Somehow one patient died in the way in my ambulance. This is my challenge. That is why very poor ambulance. Till date also we don't have new ambulance. I don't know. I think I request any who is in power here. I can say. Take notes. Consider. Huh? Yes, please give ambulance. Okay. Then DO. Me, I'm not very familiar with this digital. I don't have interest also. I don't have time also. That is the problem for me. For the last 1 year, I never watch TV. I never have time to watch TV. Today in the morning at 6 a.m. I watch inpatient patient. I have to visit my indoor patient. There are 11 of them. And one child last night she came is 4 months with respiratory distress. She came alone with the mothers. I told her, Kong, you better go to GTH. I think it's respiratory distress, no? SPO2 is 90, something 95 to 90. In the borderline of safety. Then I thought it's better though. I'm alone at home. Also, all my kids are 6. So today at 6:30 a.m. Before coming here, I have to see my IPD. So you think I'm a problem person? Okay. Then okay, I'm just talking what about important. DO somehow we can manage as from MHS, as our madam already told that maybe we can arrange from MHS or what is that IPA to IPA. Okay. Then storeroom. When you come to my PC, somebody had come to visit my PC. My PC is like a junk, where there's no proper storeroom. When no storeroom, mean it's like a junk. Like how much we can arrange? No room to arrange. Okay, and so we have only 2 cleaner. No nursing station also, and then emergency room only. You have to adjust. Okay. Okay, and this next problem, non-cooperative, traditional about attendance and quack. I say quacks, maybe extra, might be, I'll tell you later. Okay. There are approximate 22 of them. They consider quack as they get what knowledge which is provided by God. But for us, maybe artificial knowledge. Yeah. Some people they consider that. Yeah, this person is like they already blessed by God. So it is like doctor, no, they are just go and study and learn. That's why till date also I just I'll tell one story. Recently in the last November, only last 3 weeks I think, one patient post CS, post dated. I went to visit him in council. She told doctor, I won't go to Laumali. I won't go to anywhere. We try at home. When she don't tell the reason, I don't know. Then slowly I learned that that patient she is very stubborn. Her last child was delivered at GDH. Then somehow when they sent her to labor room, she came out from labor room and absconded. Then why don't you go to GDH? She told that no, I will have a red mark in that GDH. Okay, so this thing, this baby, I think she was yes. She told that okay, I will try at home. Then I told them I have to risk myself. Okay, you can come to my PC, no problem. Then I learned that, and that night only when she had a pain, labor pain, she called a quack. And hopefully that something by God grace, nothing happened. She is a transverse lie. She went to Nazareth, and baby was admitted in NICU for 5 to 6 days. This is my problem with the quacks. Okay, I think you see that the quarter problem. I think most is happened only to my PC or it's happened to other PC. I don't know, but we have only maybe 8 quarter with 29 staff, and in 1 quarter we have to occupy 2 to 3 staff. So this is a problem for me, and maybe this is a real problem. Okay, that in spite of that shortage also inadequate. And that's one, I think that another challenges is like section of refusal family. I think everybody is having that. Everybody is having that. It's continuing, but in my area it's a little bit reduced. Decrease, I can say. Okay. Because I can say decrease because when I joined this one initial year, home delivery is approximate 70 to 80%. Now is 20 to 30%, mean decrease refusals. Immunization also increase. When I joined it, it's around fully immunization is 30 to 40%. Now is opposite of that, 60 to 70%. Okay. My next problem. Anyone JDA people here? Nobody I think. From Peninsula to Pongtung is only 15 kilometers. If I drive myself, only 15 minutes I will come. But somehow they take 30 hours to 1 hour. It happened to me in the last, I think, the year 2014. That one car is very late. So I told patient, this patient is critical, come in my car. And then I drove her to Peninsula. In spite of because it's night time, in spite of that also, I don't know where is the 108 people they stay at. I don't know their quarter. So I called this one, say, see, Chukida, where is the 108? I have to knock his door. Actually, it's not like maybe they have some problem. It's not that maybe they have staff issue, maybe technical issue. We don't know. It doesn't mean that I blame them. Maybe the police system is something wrong. So somebody is high level here, kindly correct it. Okay. Yeah, actually, I'm very serious sometimes, but now I'm a little bit relaxed. Okay. Okay. Next. No, but Okay, financials. Okay, this is my quarter, you see? You see, this is my quarter. This condition, very bad and very poor and inadequate. Okay, then my financial problem, I'll just see this. I will look about only the problem. Financial problem. I think we used to get on type fund 1,50,000 to 1,70,000 per year. From 2010 and 2022, I don't have MHS. We have only this on type fund, OPD and IPD. Somehow because of this one, lot of this one OPD and IPD load in my PC, somehow is manageable for critical expenditure. I say it's this critical expenditure. Some other expenditure as miscellaneous. Like critical expenditure, Indian medicine, the POL for Indian medicine is around 1,500 to 2,000. In a month, we used to do 2 to 3 times. So in a year, in 1 year annually, how much? Then Indian vaccine, that is so critical. Refilling of oxygen, that is so critical. Emergency medicine also critical. Then A4 size also critical. Yeah, that's why I just classify it like critical expenditure. I don't say what is not critical. A4 size is compulsory. Okay. POL for generator, no light, no electricity. To maintain this one, cold change and for delivery. This is like very, very important. We cannot. And then like sometimes in my area, there is no electrician, there is no, this one, there is no plumber. So how can I run a PEC? Somehow, many a times, I used to repair myself. That's why I told my multi-purpose officer. Okay. And because I have some idea also about plumber, about electricity, so somehow for the benefit of patient, I just sacrifice myself. Okay, this is clinical expenditure is around 2 lakh to 2 lakh 50 per year, but the fund is 1 lakh 50. This except miscellaneous expenditure, so many washing, maintaining, housekeeping, so many things inside the PC, outside the PC, so many things. So I just prioritize critical expenditure. Best practice adopted because my job is my duty and my purpose also. That's why, because I'm happy as I am, because my job is my duty and my purpose also to complete. Early in the morning, because my OPD load and IPD load almost like CEC. If you compare in the graph, I'm proud of myself. Sometimes I used to compete with CEC, Space Plus CEC, whatever. CEC nearby. Because from CEC, they come to my PC. They told me, why didn't you go to CEC? I don't know what is the problem there, but it's okay. I don't reject them. Okay. If space is there, I'll accept you. Sometimes if space is not there also because my PC is 10 bedded, but somehow I managed to be 17 bedded. My cell only. 17 bedded because very difficult not to sleeping in the floor. It look like when you come to my maybe summertime, it look like in Sibyl or something, all patient in the floor, no? Sibyl or Lamali something, no? Because I serve the poor and the needy. That is my spirit. Last time patient also. It's okay. So I used to go for morning duty from 7 to 8:30. Today also I wake up at 5:30. 5:30 I went for morning walk for maybe 20 minutes. I used to go for morning walk. After that at 6 I went to visit my PC. Okay. Then today I went out. Sometimes I used to, suppose I take a leave. Early at 5 a.m. or 5:30 I visit my IPD, my inpatient. So today, this one from 7 to 8:30, because my OPD load is high, maybe 17 or 20 patients, it's not possible to finish within maybe 30 minutes. And then my this one OPD from 10 whatever, 10 to 4. Then evening duty is like from 8:30 to 9:30. And that also my it's like on call 24/7. I have three subcenter, during night time there is no teleconsultation, so I am the teleconsultation. Okay. This is my best part. I just proud of myself. Since 2022, I not yet taken any EL, except this year. I took, I think, one day CL. I went somewhere. I don't remember. I'm planning to take EL this time also, but IPA, the thing, non-IPA, lot of things to be done, not yet complete. Okay. I have told you before that transporting of high-risk procurement and critical patient during odd time. Odd time, I think, no, like I said before, that time also I have to sacrifice myself. And the best part also, my Shukidar expired for the last 2 years. There is no Shukidar. I have to be the Shukidar for 2 years. Hmm? Mean like, suppose I have to close the tap, I have to close the door. Then anybody came also in the night time, I have to be there because staff knows they told that, sir, no mail, no work. So I'm only the male person. Okay. Okay, as I said that I used to admit, I don't know, I raised myself what CS deliveries have done because I told them, if you don't allow me to come to your PC, I will deliver at home. I cannot decide. For the safety, anything happen, my DM she will tell the why, what you are doing to this case. If you suppose anything happens, then I told her, okay, come. Somehow by God's grace, she is safe and now she is okay. Like last this one patient, some sad experience to me, so it's happened. One patient, I can say like one patient, at 8 p.m. in the night, he planning to go somewhere. But at 9 p.m. he come to my PC, upper GIT bleed. He is vomiting my blood and passing with blood. I told I cannot manage here. I just begged him, I cannot manage here. Then I told me, why? Because so much of blood is already lost from your body. So then he told me no option. He told me no option. If you go to Shillong, you need at least minimum 5 cc or 5 bundles of RBC, maybe more. That also very urgent. And that patient, he came to my PC at 9. It will take them long time to decide because of this one, that one. So I know that if I keep money also, who will give blood? Because blood you cannot buy, no? Because sometimes I used to lend money or keep one, but the poor and needy one. Then somehow this patient from 9 to 11, at 11 he expired at my PC. This is, I risk myself. Instead of, I have the hope that maybe slowly they somehow they manage to get money, to get help from somewhere. Okay. I think that's okay for me, I think. Thanks once again.
So I think so we'll that suggestion. Okay, we'll take it up with the panel discussion. A round of applause again for Dr. Scam. There are lots of pongtungs in our state. This is just one cutoff, but there are many in other districts also, doing the same thing, silently, unknown, and they feel unwanted. So let's see what comes out of today. Now we'll go on ahead with the panel discussion, and then after that, maybe the exchange of views and the FAQs will start. So Byron, over to you.
Thank you, Dr. Panwa, for organizing this event. Due to the paucity of time, I'm going to go a bit quickly. First, I'd just like to call all the panel members to the stage. First, Mr. O. Kalingdor, he's an assistant research officer at the DHSMI. He has 25 years of experience. He knows the ins and outs of state funding. So we're very lucky to have him here. Please, sir, can you please take a seat? Next, we have Kong Iba Nongbri. She's the state program manager for NHM. Please welcome her to the stage. Next, I would like to welcome Brian from MMDSL. He's the state program manager. Please welcome him to the stage. Next, Bill Missel. He's from MMDSL. He's currently the head of supply chain management. He has 18 years of experience. He was last working Treasury Hospital in Shillong as operations head in HR. Did his MBA from the UK and held management certification from IMK. Next, we have Steve Barre. He's a state manager of MHAS, over 20 years of experience. He started off with claims in MHAS, now he's the head. He's known for his expertise in data analytics and has consistently driven system-level reforms. And last but not least, we welcome Ms. Lakshmi Sripada. She's a health specialist with the World Bank India, part of the Health, Nutrition and Population Global Practice. She has over 15 years of experience in operations, supporting health system strengthening, providing technical and advisory support. Her expertise has contributed in areas of human resources for health, strengthening nursing and paramedical cadres at the state level, and has also added to the global knowledge on service delivery redesign across several leading projects. Welcome, Lakshmi. So before we start, just to provide a bit of context and how we're going to do the panel discussion. So HR and finance are one of the most critical factors when it comes to a high-performing health system. If you look at the budget of the last year, 2,000 crores we're spending. Almost approximately half of it is spent on human resources. Other half is spent on a lot of things from NHM to MMDSL, IPA, and then you have around 300 crores left for state funding. So we are spending a lot on HR. And whatever money is left, how are we spending it? That's what we're here to talk about. How are we looking at HR and how are we spending the money that we have left from the budget? So we've seen the challenges presented by Dr. Khajana and Dr. Konkliam. They've really appreciated how candid they are about the issues that they have with the facility. So this panel discussion now, we are trying to answer these issues, we're trying to see of a way forward. And also we're going to also, ask the audience for their opinions, for questions, and basically how together we have a collective responsibility to solve these issues. My first question is to Steve from MCS. So we've seen the issues at Civil Hostel, we've seen issues at Pongtung PHC, and also we've seen over the years that hostels like Ganesh Das, Sora, CHC, they've done very well with MHS funds in addressing HR issues, addressing infrastructure, addressing a lot of issues. Now my question to you is, how can you best leverage MHIS funds claims to actually not fully address all the issues, but at least in some way help the facility, help the hostel move forward?
Thank you, Byron. Good morning, everyone. So the thing is that what we have seen over the past decade, MHI has been there for more than 10 years now. And we have seen a lot of improvements in many of our public health facilities. And majorly when we started MHIS back in the days in 2013, where you see a lot of public hospitals not up to the mark of coming up and start claiming, and they don't understand what is health insurance and how to claim, what is documentation and all that. But now over more than 10 years, we have seen a lot of many public hospitals have really improved in terms of documentation. In fact, we've been highlighting one of the best in the country by National Health Authority in terms of documentation. They have never seen as such documentation in this part of the country as in other parts of the country as well. So this, in fact, has helped, in fact, the scheme to grow. So if you talk about how Ganesh Das, Mauplang, and other Soras HC and all, how they have improved themselves is mainly documentation. It's because what happens is with insurance company, they'll try as much as they can not to pay the money. Right? I believe you all agree to it. They'll never pay. But if your documents are good enough, up to the mark, up to the point, they have to pay. They cannot say no. There are times wherein hospitals they have written to us, we would like to stop MHIs. But when we look back to their claims and all that, then what happened is they know where their flaws is. So I believe that hospitals should really take leverage of this. In sense, like we only need your documents, proper documentation. Once your documents are proper, then your money will come eventually. And we have seen a lot of hospitals also improving themselves. Yes, like I mentioned, Ganesh Das is one of the best hospitals, in fact, who have improved from the funds from MHIS. If you look at Ganesh Das, like 6 years ago, I remember when I was still a claims officer back then, the total claim amount raised is 11 lakhs or 12 lakhs. Amount rejected was close to 8 lakhs rupees. More than 60% of the claims have been rejected. Now it's just the opposite. If you look at their claim amount, it has come to about, probably they've been paid about more than 95, 96% of the claims has been paid. You can say that they are there with the private hospitals. Basically, just because of documentation, they have improved, and also it all depends on every MO in charge or every medical officer or every doctors. They put in a lot of effort, not just about treating patients and just do their duties, but it's a passion. It's not about the money in the end of the day, but it's how about to start shifting these patient from private sector to public sector as well. In fact, put in a trust. So right now, like if we all here in this setup, it looks nice. Like wow, nice setup, right? Would you want this this meeting to happen in a Dorbar hall or community hall? No, right? I mean, this is a nice place. Why? Because they have everything. They give you food, they give you the service. I believe that even our public health facilities also should start thinking in that manner. Like how about giving them a better service? Talk to them properly. It's all about how we interaction and how that person is really passionate about the work they're doing. It's not about the money in the end of the day, but the passion that they have. In fact, really committed towards it. So these are the few things I have to say about that.
Thank you, Basti, for that answer. I would just like to ask to hold off on the questions if you have any. Just park it for now. Due to the paucity of time, we're going to go through the panel because some of the questions that you might have might be answered by another panelist. So please hold on for now. As soon as we finish the panel discussion, we're going to take questions and insights from the team here. My next question is to Kong Iba from NHM. Along the same lines, you see Civil Hospital, they were talking about how they have so much HR for nurses, for pharmacists, for allied forces, but for the doctors, specialists, they have quite a big shortage. Also, you've seen issues at the PHC where they have lots of issues, infrastructure and other things. Now with the new kind of funding system called SPARSH in NHM, what are your thoughts on how the facilities and hospitals can leverage NHM funding?
Thank you, Byron. And my deepest gratitude to JDQC for giving me this opportunity. I think so it's one of its kind we've actually gathered today. So thank you so much. Coming to your question, Byron, as you know that NHM has been there for the last 25 years here in the state. And initially when it started, it became more like a construction company. They only was asking for sub-centers, I think so for the first 5 years was only construction of health facilities. By then with time it evolved, like, they required HR for all these health facilities. That's how the gap, that's how National Health Mission has also filled in the gaps when it comes to HR in the state. It's like, it's supposed to be a stopgap arrangement. It's supposed to be supplementing whatever the state government is doing. But in fact, it has become something like any arrangement requires for HR, as how Madam has said from Civil Hospital, clearly that, something is wrong with the recruitment process. It takes so long, but somehow through NHM, we were able to fill in that gap, at such a short period of time. That's how the HR has also grown with time. So it's a policy decision because my counterparts in Sikkim, in Mizoram, actually, the technical staff, if you talk about whether it is for staff nurses, for lab technicians, and even for medical officers, all of them have been absorbed into the regular system because they are all technical staff, service delivery, they have gone for trainings, they are already equipped. So that's one aspect of it. Coming to the government of India has undergone a lot of challenges, a lot of changes, in fact, in the system. We have seen being evolved, from the normal system of payment, the normal system of funding that we have, how we make payments before by releasing tranches, then it has gone into PFMS, then where everything is to be, it's an online system, no cash transactions. I think so if you all have been here, many of you all have seen before JSY payment, they used to make in cash. But with time, it has evolved and they said that everything has to be debited, no cash is allowed, only online systems. Then we move into PFMS, then we move into SNA, the single nodal account, in which all the districts were having all these virtual accounts when they put up their, their payments, and we were able to do that. Now again, this year they have implemented SPARSH. It's called the SNA SPARSH. The SNA SPARSH, it has not implemented throughout the country. It's only around 18 states are onboarded. And we are the only northeastern state in the country that we have onboarded fully 100% on SPARSH. Other northeastern states have not done it except for Assam. And well, I would say it's a new thing. But one good thing about SPARSH is like we are able to, to regulate and to monitor because it's a claim base. Before we were able to give advances, to all the health facilities, whether it's to the districts, but now everything is claim based. I mean, to all the information of all the people and all the members who are present here today, I just want to tell you all that you have a lot of DA claims pending with us. I know that. Even for this today's event also for the health facilities who are getting awards for NQAS, we have already, written to the State Finance Department because we have to formulate a new guideline for awards, ceremonies, and also since health is a service delivery, if we can give them advance, because everything is claim-based now. You have to spend the money, then only we pay you all. That's how the system of SPARSH, because it has to be monitored at the highest level. It's been monitored right from the Prime Minister's office, then it goes to the Ministry of Finance, Ministry of Health, the Reserve Bank of India, then the CTO, that is at the state level, and also the Treasury Officer. So you can imagine the hierarchy of all our bills. All your DA bills goes through all that process. All the district, all the state. I just want to inform you all that we have to scan every page, everything has to be signed, and it goes through all these levels before actually it's being paid, before it gets into your account. So it's a lot of work, in fact, because they don't want any kind of, mismanagement of funds here and there. So that's why it's being monitored at the highest level. I think so how Byron has said that, if you have more questions, you can, I'm here today, so you can always ask me because I know there are many more actually, in fact, whatever. Due to paucity of time, that's it from my side, Byron. Thank you.
Thank you, Kongiba. Like I said, we'll take questions at the end of the panel discussion. Now, talking about this red tape, about how accessing funds is very difficult and takes a lot of time, my next question is for Ba Umar. Dr. Khajana was saying that, her dream is to see all the sanctions posts being filled up. And we do know that also that PHC, CHC subcenters do not have access to state funds. It is widely understood that state funds take a lot of time to be processed, to actually be disbursed. From your experience handling DHS MI finance for so long, what do you think are the challenges? Is it an administrative challenge? Is it an operational challenge? Why do state funds take that long? Is that true? If yes, what could be the reasons? Like, what do you think are the challenges?
Okay. Thank you, Byron. Good morning, everyone. Like, actually, I'm not an expert, but through experience in working DSS. Like earlier, when I joined, all fund, it's mainly managed from the state as non-plan thing, they call, and whatever fund we get allocation from government, yeah, we call as a plan fund. That is the initial stage when I joined. But now after NHM, MHAS means the pattern of funding, it means been widened now. So after the creation of MDDSL, sorry, after creation of DMSL means finance under DHS, it becomes lesser because the purchase, means the supply aspect has been taken by them. So based on, like you are saying that, it takes times. This is procedure based, like fixed by government. Like you have rules under delegation of finance power, like DMHO or medical superintendent, which they can buy within their power, means they sanction by themselves. And there are level that which DMHO, MS are not entitled, it comes to director. That is second level. There also means it won't take that much time. But above director's level, it goes to government. There lies the major problem. Because government will be from health department and it goes forward to finance. There are cases that it even goes to planning department. So those aspects are beyond our means limitation, like we have to depend. And we even have problems because all funds, don't have like what we used to call cash in hand or either in the account. For every rupee, we have to ask finance department to release. So means it's either finance, if they delete, means it become delete on our part also. If finance release at the earliest, means we, based on that, like we can bill it. So dealing factor means I can't say exactly where the problem lies, but through my experience, it all depends on finance department because government usually finances means look after financial matter. So means all delay means we can associate with finance department, whatever like it's in our hand, we try to like clear whatever fund. For examples, we have like pending liabilities before the introduction of this MDSL, which has been 3 long years. That bill is still pending today. So means based on that, like I cannot point out means where the blame lies. Because 3 years, government knows. It's not that it's wasteful. Because in our system, we give supply order, they submit the bill. Once the bill has been submitted, then we generate through e-proposal as currently. Means it goes to money. So means the delays means what I explain is mainly is in government. Because 3 years, luckily these people, I always advise them, you approach the court. You have a liability of more than almost 100 crores. I said means you are wealthy enough to wait for 3 years. 3 years. Had it been me, it'll be 1 month, no longer. Because it's my money. I've already supplied. But that's all like, as per your question, like I cannot like point out.
Yeah. So you're saying there, inherent challenges in the system that are very hard to overcome. But one thing you mentioned in the beginning about DFP, delegation of financial power, when we first started IP also, we did a bit of research into this. So for somebody as high as a DMHO, I think for repairs, they get around 3,000 rupees per bill, if I'm not mistaken, which is very less nowadays to actually do anything about it. But thankfully, I've heard news that the DFP is being revised at the government. It's with the government now, and they're about to approve it, I think, in the next couple of months. That should really help with this system. But thank you, Omar, for that.
Byron, one more time. Like, since your means, you remind me of that delegation of financial power. Just imagine, government, the last recommended in 2006. Now we are approaching 26. 2 decades, the same price. So I was grateful to all the DMHO or the MS who still managed to run the hostel with 2,000 rupees. Really, in their power, the maximum is 2,000 rupees. There are items that they have only 500. One cartridge, I think, now, you won't get with 2,000. But how do you manage 100 cartridge a year? Thanks. Thumbs up to all guys who run with 2,000 rupees. Like, really, like, another example, the rate of diet, which approved way back in 2000, if I'm not mistaken, 10, 11. I even joked with your supplier. If you are selling mutton to a hostel at 120, you should, that price should be available to me also. Because being an officer in DHS, I'm also entitled. 120, just imagine. Bread, I think civil hostel, you know, cost of bread is still 8 rupees. So imagine if me also, I get that opportunity, no? I could have served my kids better, no? Instead of 1 packet, I provide them 3, 4 packets. I think by then it's high time, like, we highlight the government. Because now what I'm expecting, yes, I've heard this a lot, that revision of DFP, they have already prepared, almost. But I prayed that they don't fix the rate of 2016. Because all government thing, it's a decade after 10 years. So the last is 2006. In a few more days, we'll approach 26, and they'll approve a rate of 2016, which I feel it won't solve. So we'll hope that government will see to it that at least they'll revise the rate, like current rate of market rate of 2025.
Okay, now that I know it's not been approved since 2000, it's not been revised since 2006, I take back my statement that it'll be approved in the next couple of months. I really don't know now. So sorry, I take back my statement. It'll come when it comes. Okay. Thank you, Omar, for that insightful answer. Last, I have a question. Oh, sorry, not last. Second last. I have a question for MMDSL. Brian and Babil. So, you know, I understand from your perspective that the idea is to deliver on time the drug, right? As much as you can. And I'm just asking now for this platform here, what if we change the focus not about delivery on time, but about uninterrupted supply of medicines? What matters at the end is that all these patients, especially those below poverty line, when they go to a PSC, CAC, they get medicines. Now, the question here is that, do you see MMDSL as the sole provider, supplier of medicines to actually satisfy all the needs of the PHC? Or do you see it more, because based on reality, right, we don't have economies of scale. We're doing very low supply of certain medicines. There's obviously logistical challenges. We have a lot of we have 7,000 villages scattered across Meghalaya. Given these realities, or do you see a more balanced model of supply of medicines, a better option for the state of Meghalaya, where we look at centralized, which is MMDSL, and also maybe decentralized procurement?
Yeah, thank you, Byron, for these questions. And good morning, everyone. So as part of MMDSLs, so our role is to ensure that, that there should not be any interruption in supply when it comes to drugs, or when it comes to equipments, or when it comes to consumables. So when we look back at the effort that we have put in this past 2 years, we have seen a significant progress in terms of centralized procurement, in terms of centralized inventory management, in terms of centralized logistics, and also like what Madam has also said, that we are also now in management of the outsourced manpower. This has outsourced of manpower. This has not been there in the beginning, but it was been incorporated in the in the last few months, which we feel this is also necessary to be provided. So having said that, we also have a lot of challenges when it comes to a delivery up to the last mile. We also have challenges when it comes to 100% quality drugs. And we also have challenges when it comes to utilizations or implementations of the digital applications, which we have already started in terms of the inventory related. So when it comes to your questions, Byron, so with regard to the small or low volume requirements or small quantity requirements, yes, this is one of the challenges that we are facing now. Beside others, beside the other points which I've already mentioned earlier. So we have around in the drug list in our system, we have around 800 drugs which is listed in our systems. But if we look at this drug list which is listed in the applications, we had observed that there are only 30% of drugs which falls under the high volume requirement. 70% of drugs are of very small quantity requirements. So what is happening is this: when we place the order to manufacturers, they said that they required a minimum quantity of 4 to 5 lakh batch, 4 to 5 lakh quantity for each bag to be able to manufacture and supply on time. But in our case, we have 70% of these drug lists, which is of very small quantity. I'll tell you, the quantity that we procured of 70%, it's around 50,000 quantity, 1 lakh a quantity, which becomes very difficult for us to make those supply available on time. Because why? The manufacturer, they are not willing to start immediately their manufacturing the moment we place the order. They said that this quantity is not according to the batch size that they required. So in order to be able to manufacture, they have to accumulate a batch size that is required to be manufactured in one run, because the machines, when the manufacturers in one run, it manufactures around 4 to 5 lakh numbers of tablets or maybe like medicines. So because of that, there is a delay in delivery in terms, there is a delay in delivery from the manufacturing side, and also the delay in delivery from the supplier side. So this is the challenges that we are facing. 70% of drugs is really a challenge for us, even though we are able to keep a buffer stock. But since buffer stock also we have to make very careful, because I mean, we have to think on the shelf life, we have to think on the storage space. As you all know, that in every storage centers there is always a constraint of a storage. We don't have a proper storage. We don't have sufficient storage. So the procurement or the management or the supply has to be done very efficiently in terms of procuring these small item. Yes, we had also issued one order, because we have seen that this is the problem. This is the problem that we have already faced, and that will be facing in the future also. So we had already released one order from MMDL saying that any requirement of small quantity, this has to be managed by the, if it is urgent, if it is very essential to the facilities, this has to be managed by the hospital itself or by the district, by using the MHI's funds, by using the NHF fund or any other source of funds which is available at the district. This and in terms of the I will also add another point. So in terms of the quality, so when we went for the field visits, we have received a lot of grievance when it comes to quality of drugs. Some most of the doctors, or some doctors, they were saying that branded drugs should be supplied. I'll tell you that this is again we are not able to make to deliver whatever it was demanded to us in terms of branded drugs. I've also discussed this with MD also. MD also said this is again this is not the decisions of MMDSL. This has to be taken on the another maybe a committee and all to be recommended that MMDSL should procure only branded drugs. So what I mean to say, what I want to add also is here in the recent survey which was conducted by DCGI. This is the Drug Control Government of India. They have observed that there were around 10,000 manufacturing units, and these are all of small-scale industries. And these small-scale industries, pharma company, they manufactures only generic drugs, and these drugs are being supplied for domestic requirements and also for the requirement in other country, which means they also export. So what the study says, it says that out of these 10,000 pharma company, they only 2,000 manufacturing unit, they are able to comply with the GMP standard or the Schedule M, which is equivalent to WHO GMP. There is 18,000, they are not able to comply with the GMP standard. So therefore, you must have seen there are a lot of, there are some drugs issues, drug quality issues, because 8,000 manufacturers, they are not able to comply with the GMP standard. So what happened, the government of India, they have given time to them. They have given time that these 8,000 companies, they should be able to comply with the GMP standard up to 31st December. If they are not able to comply, maybe the license will be closed, they will be cancelled, maybe they will not be able to do any more manufacturing when it comes to drugs. So I hope that, I believe that maybe next year we will be able to bring down these quality issues. Though from our sides we have 3 layers of drug testing. We have a manufacturing report which is tested in the NABL lab. We have our own internal testing process. We also have state drug testing lab, which is also being done by the state. But in spite of this, also we still have this quality issues. This is something which is beyond our control. So yeah, this is what I mean. If maybe a few more points will add by Bamal when it comes to logistic issue.
Check. Thank you, JDQC, for having me on this esteemed panel and this August gathering. Good morning to everybody. Thanks to Brian. To add to what Brian said, basically what we need to understand is that supply chain models have maturity cycles, right? We started with firefighting. When we first came in, MMDSL continued supplying. At the same time, it continued trying to improve the process. Okay, right now we are in a place where we're moving from the first stage to the second stage, which is basically making processes, right? Making processes involves the participants as well. So when you look at MMDSL, to add to what Brian said, we probably have the largest EDL in the whole country. That's 1,108 drugs. Okay, it's far greater than many in the Northeast. I think Assam has about 300 something, if I'm not mistaken, right? I think some other smaller Northeastern states have about 150, 170, and we have 1,108. That immediately clogs up our storage. Okay, we don't have storage space, and we did not have data when we started. So basically what we did is we took assumed data, right? And people did not know how much they were consuming in their respective facilities. So if somebody was actually consuming 1,000 paracetamol a month, they were asking for 10,000. And so we have bought and we don't have space. So basically looking ahead, I mean, I just want to look more ahead than what we have done in the past. We need to move now to a more predictive model, right? We are currently looking at consumption data and trying to buy medicines. But we have to get to a position where we know beforehand, before the actual indents come, of how much we need to buy. And second thing is also, we are in the process of working with MI to reduce our EDL from 1,108 to something that is manageable, that is required, right? We are getting, instead of getting paracetamol and cetirizine and getting pantoprazole, ranitidine, we're getting phenyl, right? That's not priority for us. And so we are also learning as we are going. We are going to be working on a forecasting model as well. We're going to be working on how we actually buy. There's also a lot of challenge with lead time. Our procurement process says 60 days from the day of you receiving the purchase order. But if you look at our lead time, that is a delivery from the supplier, it's anywhere between 100 to 300 days. So many times we get called, we get screamed on, saying, why are you not delivering? But I don't have anything to give you, I'm sorry. And that's our mistake. You know, I'm not saying it's anybody else's mistake, it's our mistake. So we need to monitor the supply chain, we need to monitor the suppliers in greater depth, right? And to make sure that all the 255 delivery points currently in the state receive what they want and what they actually need. Because I remember speaking to doctors saying that if you give me just a paracetamol, I can treat several diseases. And I can send away the patient with slight amount of comfort. But if I don't have a paracetamol, what do I do? And I can't give him something else. So we understand your challenge, we understand where this is at, but there's a lot of groundwork that needs to be done. And please remember, we're going from firefighting to a process-driven state. So as we go there, I would request you to also work with us, because this is a team game, right? MMDSL supplies, but with the supply comes the demand side. Many times we see that the demand does not match. And so when we buy, for example, a simple example, we have programs that tell us to buy X amount of drugs, say 27 lakhs, 30 lakhs. But at the district level, the requirement that comes to us is hardly a few thousand. So we need to work together as a team, whether it's MMDSL, the state nodal officers, as well as the districts, to make this work. And from MMDSL side, we are completely here to make, to support you, and we want to support you because that's what we are here for. So yeah, that's my answer, right?
Thank you, Babil. Thank you, Brian. So just to add to what MMDSL is saying also, when we first started IEPA some time ago, there was a decision that was made that we do not allow drugs. We do not allow to buy drugs. And the reason at that time was that, first of all, we didn't have that kind of monitoring system to actually monitor whether there was duplication of drugs that we are buying at the facility and that we're buying at the state. And second thing, at that time was that for IPA funds, we also had MHS funds which allowed to buy drugs. So where is that monitoring across these funds? So when we almost done with IPA, now we started outcome-based budgeting. Now we're thinking, should we allow to buy drugs from this outcome-based fund? So when we think about, before we thought from a operations perspective, now when we're thinking about service delivery, you want uninterrupted supply. This fund, whatever IPA fund, OBB fund, supposed to be the last resort, but there also has to be some monitoring. For example, when you need a drug, and if you ask MMDSL, they tell you, we cannot give you before 2 months. Now, if there's a system where the facility can buy only for 2 months, just so that there's uninterrupted supply, and then at the end of that 2 months, maybe have another assessment from MDSL whether they can provide or not. So that provides the monitoring layer to this purchase through these untied funds, and that's something that we are trying to do also. Eventually, MMDSL will reach that level where they can do predictive modeling, they can do a lot of forecasting, and the logistics system will be much better. Then your reduction in spending from untied funds will reduce, or your spending from untied funds will reduce. So I think we are looking to go to that direction. That's what I understand. And last but not least, the question goes to Lakshmi. So you've been working with us for more than 4 years now on HRH. So I'd like to take advantage of your expertise on HRH and also on nursing. As you can see in the presentations before, Dr. Kharjana was talking about the HR in civil hospital, where there is shortage, where there's excess. Also, you're looking at Dr. Konkliam. I'm pretty sure he has not taken EL since 2022. And I'm pretty sure there's some labor laws that we have crossed, or maybe some I'm pretty sure World Bank social development guidelines we have just like yeah. So also there's is only one MO, at the facility, and there's lots of challenges. So where do we see, like, what is your advice for Meghalaya in terms of, how do we rationalize this? How do we improve this? What are the things that we could do better or could do differently that will actually help us address these HRH challenges?
Thanks, Byron. I think at the outset, I have to thank Dr. Pompan and JDQC for having us part of this. I remember that 2019 was the first time I came to Meghalaya. As World Bank, I visited here before from the ministry. But quality was an unheard word. Uh, Nobody really spoke about quality. It was not part of the Meghalaya health systems agenda by far-fetched. I remember this was the place we were somewhere in the district 2020 March when the COVID lockdown was to be announced, and I was visiting some PHCs and received a call, from the leadership then who had gone to meet the Prime Minister, and, the state didn't have a single epidemiologist. They asked us, what is a quarantine facility and what do you even mean by quarantine? And, so I think from that point of view, I really would like to appreciate and congratulate the state on the rapid journey that it has taken, especially if from 2020 to 2025, considering 2 years were COVID. I think at the outset, I really have to congratulate on the efforts that have gone across the health systems and definitely on quality. I think one part. I think, I was also taking a lot of notes and, HRH. But before I just get into HRH, I also want to take the advantage of my, experience of working in other states in India and just give a little perspective, because most often we are in Meghalaya, so we are thinking maybe how we are doing. But even within Northeast, let me tell you, I mean, Assam is the biggest state. They are clueless currently about quality and they're struggling. In fact, I was thinking next week when I go there, I want to show what is a joint directorate quality committee to them, because everybody is fragmented across India. Nobody knows what NHM does. The health directors don't know, directorates are unaware of it, and vice versa. And you're not alone in this journey. In fact, you are taking big leaps ahead of even bigger states in India. So there is a lot to be positive about. And also, most often, what is the gold standard in India for public health? We often say Tamil Nadu. And we also, I know that Meghalaya loves Tamil Nadu. We have sent a lot of workforce to Tamil Nadu. We've had leadership from Tamil Nadu, and there's a lovely history there. But as World Bank, we have done 5 health system strengthening projects and a continuous effort of 25 years of pumping technical and financial assistance in a single state, plus state efforts, plus others, to make what Tamil Nadu is Tamil Nadu today. So I would say that it's a dent in health outcomes is a very long journey, but the positive point is you have embarked on that. And similar to, I think, the advantage India has when earlier to Africa or some of the Southern American states is we saw the developed countries, we need not repeat the same mistakes, we can take few jumps ahead. So similarly, I think Meghalaya does not need 25 years like a Tamil Nadu. I think you have started last 5 years, drastic efforts have been made, maybe consistent efforts of another 5 to 10 years, and you will see a huge change in the health system. So I think we need to keep ourselves hanging there, motivated there, but change is coming from a large systems perspective. Coming from I think in terms of last 5 years, I was listening to everyone, making a lot of notes. In terms of foundations for HRH, we have laid a lot of foundations. We were one of the first states to have a census-based HR enumeration, while that is getting into an MIS. So very soon you will have a state-level MIS with HR Tamil Nadu does not have an HRMIS. The regular doesn't know contractual, contractual doesn't know. Karnataka doesn't know, Andhra doesn't know, Telangana. So you will become, UP is one state who made these efforts. So Meghalaya will become one of the early states who will have a very consolidated MIS where you will have dashboards at all level where you can see regular, contractual, attachee, you will soon, maybe 4 or 5 years, you will have your first batch of medical college students who will come into your health facilities. So all this, I think in terms of foundations, you had a very robust functional review of your directorates to revision them. You're creating your cadre policies, specialists and public health management cadre policies. A lot are at a very advanced stage. So I think in terms, we are also in the process of developing, I'd use the word process, a health workforce strategy and management framework for Meghalaya for the next 10 years. We have recently completed a fiscal and wage bill analysis. We've done a forecasting exercise. I mean, I know that the Drugs Corporation would like to do. We've done a very interesting modeling for the workforce forecasting, taking the disease burden transition as well as the epidemiological transition. Just to give you an example, while the state for many years, maternal and child health has been the center of your service delivery, but we don't very soon or already there where the NCDs have become right on the face and they are right with us. So we will not have that luxury of continuing only investing on the maternal child health, but we have to simultaneously invest on our NCD workforce. And do we have the workforce or the systems ready for it? No. So we use some of these modelings and data to actually do a very robust workforce forecasting and modeling, which hopefully by Jan, Feb, we will share with a larger group and, invest on that. In terms of deployment, I think a transfer posting policy, but I wanted to pose one question here that, I'm assuming, again, this is my assumption, but I can ask the group here that how many are doctors here? If I can have a show of hand. I'm not a doctor, but. And how many are from public health? Be dual. How many nurses in this group? One. And how many from the allied forces? None. So I'm just saying that while last 5 years the reform has taken a lot in setting foundations, but it is still in Meghalaya been very pro-doctors, doctor-centric, because they always come first in health systems. So, a lot of change is coming for the doctors, but to say that our nurses and our allied forces are, clueless, lack of skills, lack of competencies, but what have we invested in them? How have we invested in them? We would love to have a critical care nurse. We would love to have, geriatric care, palliative care nurses. There are a lot of specialization. I have just shut down 5 courses across country where there are no demand for these courses, even though Indian Nursing Council has allowed them. And the primary reason for it is no demand is because our service rules don't allow for it. Will we get a nurse only for ICU so that they rotate around ICUs? Current service rules don't allow it. Similarly, we have so many peripheries, so many facilities which are nurse-led, nurse-run. We don't have midwives in Meghalaya system, even though it is one of the leading maternal deaths in the country, but midwifery is almost absent in the country. So there is a lot. I think the journey ahead is also to move away from doctor-based systems or individual-based systems to a more team-based systems where even doctors are not overwhelmed and other cadres also feel empowered and part of the journey. You need to bring, until I feel valued, I'm never going to contribute. I mean, I don't think in any of the big forums we ever give nurses that kind of respect or that kind of platform or that kind of visibility. And I'm not even getting to allied forces. I think they're even further absent. That conversation across India hasn't even started other than few states. So I think that's one thing. I was also looking at this entire MHIS, IPA and all this and getting a lot of workforce from this, right? From the government point of view, I'm not trying to play here the devil's advocate, but all these are government money at the end of the day. Even if you're contractual, government is paying for you. If you're regular, government is paying for you. You're taking IPA money, it might be taken from World Bank, but it is a loan that state is paying. It is state's money, right? So MHIS is state's money. Everything is state's money. The vehicles are different, the modalities are different, but the end of it. Now, some of these systems are actually trying to decentralize and give autonomy at a local level. The hiring at local level is being around because for 8 years we did not have recruitments in the state until we revamped and formed a, new recruitment board. So we know those challenges that happen when you centralize systems. So you have some of these decentralized, and there needs to be more integral. I mean, this is not health, but you can touch any sector anywhere in India. There are no government jobs. Let's be very, since we are being transparent and honest, I would really like to know a state in India or the central government who is really absorbing or creating government posts. Everything is contractual. But since we keep referring to private sector all runs on contractual. So I think we can find a way to run with the contractual too, right? It's about getting used to it, learning to how to deal, seeing, also bridging those hierarchies between regular and contractual, bringing them together, seeing equality and building on it. And also this reference to private sector, I find that little problematic, because I think every time we talk about private sector, we are straight away thinking it's a Max, Apollo, Medanta or something. Please let me tell you, a normal private sector hospital has worse working condition than a government. They have much poorer salaries. They hire much low quality staff. They have no regulations. They are not heard in the system. They are not at all heard. They have no unions to support them. They have absolutely no service rules, tenure, grade, promotion. None of this exists. And if I come from Delhi, almost every hospital in Delhi has been invested by a big private equity firm. What only drives them is money and how they're going to make returns. So I think this bubble about private sector and how the health workforce fits into that private, it's actually, we need to dig, I think, really examine that deeper. The salaries in most government and even NHM sometimes are far superior because majority of them are nursing homes and such smaller hospitals. So I think there is still merit of being with government and, working with government and making this happen, especially for health, education, social protection, sectors where government still needs to be relevant. These are primary sectors, these are human development, human capital sectors, and I think there is a lot of merit to it. And finally, the last one thing, I think we just met the principal secretary on Friday, and this is exactly what we are talking about. What also India is talking about is the health of the health workforce. I think many of them have talked about being burnt out and being, having no roster systems, having crazy hours, no one listens to us. But we were talking, there is this entire dialogue happening, even with the National Medical Commission, that right from grade 10, NEET is one of the toughest exams to crack in the world, not India, but in the world. Look at the demand for seats and the people apply. So there's huge stress on students right from grade 10 to crack that NEET exam. Then you all are doctors here. I need not say how the 5 years run in the medical college, extremely stressful again. The new curriculum, the competency-based curriculum, everything is strung upon the students. There's no mental health support, there's no support. So you're already coming out as a doctor with 8 to 8.5 years of stress that is built up in you. and then the stressful working environment. So I think we are presenting to the leadership of Meghalaya in Jan about a framework of the health workforce, and hopefully that we will try and bringing, about the larger well-being. I think that is also the future of the well-being of the providers, so that that translates to quality of care at health facilities. So I think I've taken a lot of time, so I'll stop here. But I once again congratulate the state for bringing quality as the centerpiece for your service delivery at this time. Thanks.
Thank you, Lakshmi. Lots of food for thought there. And it's always good to hear ideas from other states, because sometimes you might be trapped in our own bubble and we're not able to see beyond that. Especially for me also, going for workshops outside the state, learning from other states actually provides a lot of ideas how to go forward, a way forward for our issues that we have here. And especially with other northeastern states, our issues are very similar. If you think about it, and there are ways that we can fast track our progress by looking at other states, how they're doing, skip their mistakes, and maybe try to move forward. Due to the paucity of time, I think we still have time for questions and answers. Maybe another. Yeah, we should take actually another 15 minutes maybe. Yeah? Okay, so it can be a question. It can be if you want to tell about your experience, if you want to give a suggestion. I leave it open to the audience here. If there's any questions, please.
It's not a question, it's just a response, or rather a statement to what one of our panelists was talking about, the extensive essential drug list of our state. So we were discussing amongst our colleagues, where we were thinking about maybe we should go the National Quality Assurance Standards way, because in the checklist there are the list of drugs that are required for every checkpoint, for every department. And then if we see that some of the drugs on that checklist are non-essential for our state, we can revise that and include the drugs that are missed out from there. That's all.
Okay. Thank you very much, all the panelists, for bringing out all the essential and the information that we wanted to learn about the different aspects of MMDSL and then MHIS, NHM, and everybody. From this discussion, we have seen that there is funding from every entity, right? When we talk about IPA, we talk about MHIS, MMDSL, from the health department itself, from NHM, everybody has their own funding. But when we talk at the ground level, we still have lack in all those essential components. I represent SHSRC also from here, and from SHSRC we had done this OBB community-based, this exercise, from where we understood that why communities are not accessing care from our health facilities is because they say the number one point is because we don't get medicines. We anyway have to go and buy medicines from outside, so why do we have to, go there, just wasting our time? So this is one aspect where we still lack. So one question is, now, we are all there, investing in medicines, in manpower, and other infrastructure. Is there any plan between all the entities wherein we could sort of complement each other, not rather, everybody bringing in manpower, everybody buying medicines, everybody? How would we complement each other in order to meet the needs of the health facilities and of the the people that we are serving? That is number one question. Number two is that, of course, I'll address MMDSL because you have been one point where everybody is having an issue with. Number one, I think because when you had your transition from the old way of getting medicines and all to the MMDSL, there was no smooth transition was not there. It was sudden, right? We did not have a system when we say, okay, slowly we go into this system of MMDSL. It was all of a sudden, it came by. So then my understanding is that you still, as Bill had mentioned, that you are still in that, you've just done that firefighting thing and then now you're into this. But we still see that, as I mentioned again, lack of medicines. So should we consider going back to the decentralization aspect? Do you see that we should go into a mix, thing? What do you figure that we should go so that we enter into a smooth transition eventually? Maybe we see MMDSL as a smooth, cooperation, which in future we could, but in between, this transition period needs something, whether we should go into the decentralization part or not once again. So those are two questions. I do not know who will answer the first, but the second one definitely MMDSL. Yeah, thank you.
So the answer to the first question, ma'am, we have a presentation later by Sonata on unified SOP. So if somebody asks me, why are you doing this unified SOP? I would say the problem statement is whatever you said just now. So that's something maybe we can look a bit later. And second question, I hand over to the MMDSL team.
Thank you, Dr. Valerie, for your question. A very, very valid question. In terms of looking, I think there's two sides here. One is the supply and one is the demand. We did an analysis a couple of weeks back just to see where we stand. So when we checked ourselves, of the total indents made in the corporation application for drugs, for in the online system, 83.84% of the drugs have been supplied, which was surprising to us. We thought we were at 50, So what it told us is that, yes, we are not where we want to be, but we are supplying up to 84% of drugs. So possibly there is also an issue with the demand side, which we need to look at and strengthen. Many times what happens is that when we go on tours, we meet the pharmacists separately first, and then we meet the MOs purposely. And there is always a gap in communication, to the point that I call the pharmacist, please come and sit with us, with the MO, so that I don't have to explain, you can tell them. And it's more believable when you say it and me saying it, right? Because I'll always say I have supplied. But that said, Doctor, as I said, we're in a maturity cycle, right? And we are a small infant going to maybe crawling and beginning to walk right now. And personally for me, I would say maybe at this point in time, we do need a diverse way of procuring drugs, maybe in a small manner. But as we mature, as we grow, as we start understanding the data, we start understanding the requirements, the trends, then possibly we can go to a more centralized system. But again, that's very early to make a decision right now. We need to probably see the trends and the data as it comes about. We are hardly 23 months old in terms of our online operations, right? So we're still an infant, right? So yeah, maybe as we go ahead, we will be able to answer your question better. But for the immediate, the way I see it is that maybe, yes, we have to diversify to mitigate risk, to make sure availability of drugs are the essential drugs. But in due course, possibly we'll have to look at a more centralized system where everything can be tracked and we know who's getting what, who needs what. Otherwise, I was asked this question just yesterday from the auditor. He asked me, why do you need to have drugs come to the state warehouse? Why didn't you send it to the districts? And so I said that, yes, we could do that, or we could send it to the facilities, but I cannot track. I don't know when, who's reaching where, what is the quality, what is the quantity that is reached. But when we have a centralized system, there's more monitoring. And as we have gone over the last 23 months, we are tracking 14 self-induced KPIs, making sure doctors here, NCD is there, anemia is there, essential drugs are there, and we are developing, we're refining our process as well. So I hope that answers your question for now. Yeah, thank you.
Even I wanted to just reflect on the questions, and just from the benefit of, I've worked in Nagaland, Mizoram, Meghalaya, Assam, 4 northeastern states, and the challenges are exactly the same, right? And not just for drugs, for example, even biomedical waste management. The volumes are low, you don't get, therefore, private sector who's willing to pick up and so on. I feel that as a state, looking at quality and some of these aspects, if you want, a long-term vision also could be part, a regional cooperation. You know, you'll never be able to get to that volume game as a state by itself, because again, we want to reduce people's dependency on drugs but not pump them with drugs. From a preventive public health perspective of a future, I feel that especially for drugs, for biomedical waste management, few areas, there is a lot of potential for regional cooperation. I know that every state now wants to come up with their own medical cooperation, but there can be something where you can get, larger volumes, club your requirements, and at least think of that it might work in the next few years. I understand the challenges of the political economy surrounding this, but I think these are some areas where regional cooperation also in Northeast to address some of these issues, because the challenges are absolutely similar. Yeah, thanks.
I'd like to add a few reflections from my end. It's more like a suggestions rather than questions. So, in the past, as you might have seen, right now you have the Joint Directorate Committee, the team, and it has worked. In the past, the three directorates were never, talking with each other. But currently, it is working. We have seen the results are out. Now, why I mention this is, even at the periphery, at your PHCs, your CHCs, your districts, you hire human resource, you have people who have hired from different sources, maybe from MHIS, maybe from NHM, and maybe from, the IPA funds, so on and so forth, But the problem which I see personally, I feel it's, when we say we hired a person from NHM, and if implementation of IPA funds are there, they say, no, that will be handled by an IPA person. Or if a MHIS person is being hired, no, that will be handled only by MHIS. So, why, in order to reduce why don't we create a system, or maybe the Joint Directorate Committee can spearhead this, because they have already worked at the directorate level, maybe to decentralize this at the periphery and trying to connect with all these human resources, so that we don't create too many, positions for a few things. Like Dr. Valerie had mentioned, why don't we find a ways to decentralize these things and, the financing aspect. And perhaps through the Joint Directorate Committee, you could take it up with the Finance and Planning Department to, to push to the leadership that maybe this is the way of financing which should happen with health. Because what has happened is finance and planning, with due respect to them, they have their own way of thought process. They'll say that this budget head will fall under that budget head will fall under this. But from health aspect, we know we are the one who are implementing it. Why don't we give that suggestions to finance and planning and say that, no, we want these heads to be there, so that, because I'll tell you, some of you might agree with me, even if you go to finance department and say, okay, how much of the entire health budget is actually being spent on a certain particular investment, let's say, maternal health or, geriatric care. There might be different sources from NHM, from MHIS, from many other sources, and state funding. We actually do not know how much actually has been spent. We'll know, okay, from NHM this much, from MHIS, and that also you'll have to collect from different sources. Why don't we create a common repository of information where all this information can be given and provided, and create a system wherein everything is integrated? Because, even when we were discussing in the past, even with your IT applications, we have too many IT applications. You have national, you have your state IT application, you have different MHIS applications. Why don't we think of integrating these things, sharing APIs, doing, because at the end of the day, the one who's implementing, the poor doctor who's there, or the nurses who's there, they have to access all these applications, and it's a big headache. Where you're supposed to treat patients, and now you're becoming an IT manager, like Dr. Rao had mentioned, he's become a multi-purpose worker, doing all the works by himself. So why don't we think of ways of simplifying things and bringing out these thought process or these innovations in trying to simplify things and reduce the workload of the service provider. And another thing is suggestions from my end also. Since doctor had mentioned the issues with regards to 108, doctor, I'm the one who's looking after that also. But, but this is also a suggestion. There is a systematic challenges in the 108 operations. So my humble request is to all the medical officers and who are there, please send this information to your colleagues also. If you have any kind of challenges or issues or complaints, please address it officially to our mission director, because there are systematic challenges which we cannot address unless we get a written complaint from from the MOs or whoever, because until unless you don't inform us officially, we cannot take action on it. Because there are, you understand there are systematic challenges with unions and everything and all that. And if we don't have evidence, we cannot do. It's the same like MHIS. If you don't provide proper evidence, you'll not get the claims. So it's same for us also. So in that sense, that's my humble request. Thank you.
Thank you for the suggestions, Bachman. I think we're running out of time. I apologize. Oh, we have one. Okay, last one, yeah.
Thank you for the time. I'd like to thank MMDSL for complete support they are giving. Whenever I have any queries and I call up, they always solve the issues, and we are not blaming you anyway for anything. Okay? But then I have one issue. So the issue is that, just one question, why the quality of the drug is not checked before it has reached the state and to the PHC? That answer I need, not I need, everyone need. And then, because last week, my district store told me, sir, this medicine 90% खा लिया, कुछ सब कुछ हो गया, everything has been done, all distributed, patient को भी दे दिया, सब कुछ हो गया, and now the report has come that this is a third-class drug. Why? That only thing. So are we compromising with the quality? Are we compromising for the patient safety? We are talking about quality and everything. So now, if after consumption of 90% of the drugs that has been supplied, now the report comes that it is a third-class quality or it is not at all fit for consumption. So if that goes viral, what will happen? It's a social media thing nowadays. Anything can happen. So just please see to it that before it crosses from Assam to Meghalaya, the quality has to be checked. Yeah. Please, only that thing. Yeah. Thank you.
Hello. Yeah. Thank you for these questions. This is very important a topic or maybe a subject that we have. Maybe in the initial part also, I've already informed you regarding what is the challenges that we face in order to ensure the quality-related matters. So what I want to add here and add some more point with regard to questions which was raised, that is the supply that we made from the state warehouse to the districts or the facilities. All the supply that we made, it is not without the test report. We have already received the test report from the NABL lab, okay, which was submitted to us. After the report that we receive, which is of standard drugs, then only we release the supply to the district and facilities. So, but we don't stop there. We also doing another test, which is internal test. We are taking all the samples, all sample batch-wise, all the batches. We are not excluding any batch from test. We are taking each and every batch, and we send those sample to the annual lab, which is already empaneled by MMDSL. This is the second test that we are conducting. On top of that, drug inspector also, they are also doing their own test, just to ensure that whatever drugs that's being supplied to the district or the facilities are a quality one. However, like I've mentioned before, the challenges that we have in terms of the quality, it's only there because from the source of the supply, from the manufacturing unit, they are not able to comply with the GMP standard, WHO GMP standard. I'll tell you what was the report says. They say as per the DCGI report, it says that these manufacturing units, they are not able to comply with the required equipments which need to be manufacturers for the drugs, and they are not able to. They are not able to fulfill with the manpower, the qualified manpower, and the raw material that they are used also is of substandard material, and then the formulations also, there are some drugs where the formulations are not correct. So these are the observations made by the government authority. So necessary actions has already been taken from their end. I believe that this is maybe as per the government of India. They said that they are giving time up to 31st December of 2025. So these 8,000 manufacturing units, they'll have to comply with the GMP. If you don't comply, then the license will be cancelled. So I believe the quality will be we will have a good improvements after the maybe 31st of December. Having said, still I will say issues in every operations, in every organizations, it will always be there. Quality will still be there. Quality issue will still be there. So and another point I want to add. Okay, so during our field visit that we made, in the recent visit that we made, we have found that even the storage, the storage space that we have seen in the facilities are not recommended. Some facilities, they are keeping their drugs on the ground. There are no pallets. There are nothing. So this also may leads to the quality issues. There are racks that they kept all those drugs are not a proper rack. Some racks are rusted. So these also may create some quality issues. We were also wondering how this is possible after doing 2 tests, 3 tests from our end. But when it reached the facilities, I mean, some drug, it was reported to us that this is of substandard drugs. So what I mean to say is this: we need to also look what is the storage or what is the condition at the facilities level or at the district level. So this is what I.
Thank you, sir, for that explanation. But just like to add on that, I'd like to ask the IPA the team out here and for the OBB also, just like you made mandatory for that each facility has to have an RO water filter, okay, for each facility. I'd like kindly request you to that through this IPA fund and OBB fund, each facility should have a storage facility as per the requirement and as per the drug storage requirement things. Okay, so that will be a great help for that, because PHCs, CHCs, the main issue is the storage of drugs. Yeah, that has to be done as per the necessary guidelines for the drug storage thing. And sir, regarding that, what you say, testing one, you have said you have done 3 testings, all those things. So before the supply, if the national testing has been done, why unnecessarily create confusion and do the 3rd testing by drug inspector? And the report comes, it is substandard. Use the national NBL, no? NABL says that it is good one, and the drug inspector testing said is substandard. Why unnecessarily create confusion and give the patient that your intake the drug is substandard? So whatever the drug is supplied, let it be supplied. That is done. So you are, क्या बोलते हैं उसको, खुद ही पैर का खुद ही कुल्हाड़ी मार रहा है. It is like this. So that's jokes apart. But I'm telling you, if the national thing has given the certification, why go with the drug inspector and do some local thing, and then the report, it will become substandard. Just I don't know what others feel in that, but this is what. If it goes wrong, something will happen.
Maybe I just want to respond just few lines on this.
But Brian, just concluding now, because the program is going to go forward. Maybe just 1 minute of conclusion, and then Dr. Jacob, maybe you can stop for now because there's a lot of program. And we can take this maybe after in the evening. And of course, you can always discuss offline during lunch. I'm really
Evening.
sorry. Last 1 minute, Brian, to respond, and then we're gonna have a hard stop on this.
Yeah,
Sorry, I apologize.
just want to respond a few lines on whatever the question that was raised. So this is as per the government guidelines. Government guideline recently, they have already instructed to the ADC, Assistant Drug Controller. They said that each drug inspector should collect a minimum of 10 samples, 10 samples that they need to collect in a month. And these samples has to be collected not only from the urban area, it has to be collected always from the rural areas. In the previous time, they are collecting all these samples only from the urban area. But as per the recent guidelines, it says that drug inspector has to comply and do all these sample collections from their end also. I believe the ADC or the drug inspector, they are doing their job as per the guidelines from the ministry. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Jacob. Thank you, Brian. Thank you, Kong Iba, Omar, Bill, Steve, Lakshmi. Thank you so much for being part of this panel. I think we've had a good discussions, and I think we should have more of these panel discussions maybe in the future. So thank you for everyone also who participated. I hand it over back to Dr. Pandu.
Hello. Thank you. I thank all the panelists and all those who presented. Brilliant presentation. I think we all had good laughs and also a serious note. Now, moving forward is the one thing that that has happened in the directorates is like we've been working as one entity, as a joint directorate committee. So the main reason for this workshop is all the DMHOs are here, is the JDC should not only exist at the state but also in the district level. You are neither from NHM or MHIS or IPA or regular staff, you're part of health department. When you work anywhere, you work maybe in the DMHO or the PHC, CHC, you are a staff, contractual or regular, you are a staff of the health department. Our goal is one, serve the common man, make sure the best of health for everyone. That's our responsibility, that's our goal. So we've no doubt formed the Joint Directorate Committee, but it has also come with a lot of bickerings, but a lot of egos will have to be cut off. There are a lot of humility that have to be learned, tough way. So suggestion here is the districts, why not do the same? It is work at the top, it can work down. Going forward, we have to work as a team. When we work as a team, there's collective responsibility and there's collective consequences for every action. So moving forward now, there was a lot of talk about funds utilization and all that. So we have realized that a lot of people are confused, on a lot of doctors, a lot of staff and all that are confused on how to actually go about funds utilization. We have multiple sources, and tube light is from MHIS, the plug is from IPA, and the bulb is from NHM. Electricity is from MI. So where do we repair? Okay. So ultimately a new SOP has been formed, so that will be representing on it, but that'll be in the next presentation. But now I'll request Madam Lakshmi here. You all know her, she's from the World Bank, she's a specialist, she's done a lot of work for the last 15 years in strengthening of healthcare system. She's more interested in allied services, staff nurses. So she's part of the World Bank team of India, and she's here to give us our expert advice. And like I said earlier, this is also we're developing a strategy on how to improve our healthcare. We might have NQA certified facilities, but how do we sustain them? That's why she's here. So we'll move on to her now. So let her give a presentation from the World Bank side. Madam, on you.
Thank you so much. I think you've already heard a bit of me, and so we didn't want everything to be non-stop about only me talking, but I have my team who has joined me. Before I just hand over to them, I think a short background is that a couple of months ago, or a month ago, after we saw that the quality accreditation initiatives in the state were actually moving like a wildfire. They had gained so much traction, so much pace on the positive side. I think there was an internal conversation and thinking about what is really quality. Is quality accreditation alone quality, or what is the larger quality of care, and how do we look at those aspects? And also, as we have now earlier 2 years ago when not a single accreditation was happening or there was very limited understanding on the various systems, the target was getting an NQAS or getting a PMJ bronze or getting a Lakshya Kayakalp. But now that we have solved for it and understood that the JDQC also at the state level taking inputs from everyone started looking at what do we mean for quality in the long term? What should be our vision to look at quality with a more 360-degree perspective? And what also, how do we sustain these efforts? You know, we all will get this first-time quality accreditation. What happens in recertification? What happens in the future? How do we continue to maintain the quality of the quality efforts with a larger vision and sustainability? I think with this kind of conversation, on behalf of the World Bank, we are talking to various priority states on advancing the larger quality of care agenda. So I have few of my colleagues who have joined us online. Sorry that everybody could not make it, especially with the Indigo Airlines fiasco. We had a couple of colleagues who couldn't make it, but they're very much here with us. And before I move on to them, I think Chris, Deepika, would you like to just introduce yourself and then over to you, Chris. Chris, if you're talking, we can't hear you. Can we check? Guys, give us a minute. I think both Deepika and Chris are trying to talk, but we can't hear them. No, don't move the slides. Yeah. Deepika, you're on screen. Do you want to say hello to see if I can hear you? Oh, yeah, you are speaking. Sorry, we are not able to. Just give us a minute to fix the audio. Yeah. Try now, Deepika.
Hello, good afternoon, everybody. Am I still audible?
Wonderful. You're clear. Deepika, you'd like to introduce yourself to the team.
Thank you, Lakshmi, and thank you so much. First of all, apologies that we could not be there in person. Lakshmi did mention the reasons there are which are out of our control, but happy at least to connect virtually, and this is the advantage of this virtual world. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Deepika Anand. I work with the Health, Nutrition and Population Division here at the World Bank. I'm based in New Delhi, India. I'm working with supporting one of the federal level operations called Enhanced Health Service Delivery Program, and for which of the 7 priority states that the program looks at, Meghalaya is one of them. So I'm the state coordinator for EHSDP operation. I'll stop here probably. I know we are running a bit late on time, so I'll pitch in during the presentation that Chris has. Chris, over to you.
Yeah, thanks so much, Deepika, and sorry that I interrupted you there. I was checking my microphone, and apparently it works.
Chris, we can't see you though. We can't see you.
Oh,
Yeah,
I can see Chris.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right.
I am here. Anyways, pleasure to be with you all. My name is Chris Anderson, health specialist with the World Bank. My training is in epidemiology, but have since worked on a large number of topics, including quality of care. So very happy to be with you all today and talk about that. I'm typically based in Washington, D.C., but looking forward to hopefully being out to see you all in person someday soon.
Thanks, Chris. Over to you. We'll share. I think we can put up the presentation and over to Chris. Yeah, thank you.
Thanks so much, Lakshmi. Now, I'm happy to share the, okay, it's going up, good. If helpful, I'm happy to share it from my side. I see that it's currently sharing the presenter view.
Chris, can you see the presentation? We've started sharing it. Is it visible to you?
I can see it, but right now I see the presenter view. I'm not sure what you all see.
Yeah, we'll change the view. Yes.
All right, there we go. Very good.
Yeah.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. Good. So as Lakshmi mentioned, I'm going to share a few words related to quality of care. If we could advance to the next slide, please. Thank you. So I have 4 objectives for today. The first is I'd like to share a little bit around the global frameworks related to quality of care, as well as the evidence that we have around different strategies to address. The second is to think about the specific role of a quality care strategy. This is something that I know that the state of Meghalaya is already embarking on this journey. And so I'm glad to talk with you a little bit about some of the experience from both within and outside of India with respect to the development of a quality of care strategy. That is going to be the third point, is looking at some of those case studies. And then the fourth is to talk about specifically how the World Bank has been supporting the quality of care agenda within India, and how we would be happy to continue with you in your journey in Meghalaya. Next slide, please. So I think most of us are quite bought into the idea that quality is important. Otherwise, you wouldn't be sitting in the room that you're in now. But I do think it is worth restating a few key points related to quality of care. So for several decades, I think the global community has been very focused on expansion of access to care, and that's obviously critical. However, that alone is not going to be enough to ensure that we reach the health outcomes that we're all striving for. There was a recent analysis, or it was in 2018, so 7 years ago now, I guess. There was an analysis in the Lancet that took a look at among deaths that could be prevented in one way or another, what fraction of those deaths were an issue of access to care versus quality of care. And it actually turns out that at this point in time, the majority of preventable deaths are actually coming from quality issues as opposed to access issues. Now, when we talk about quality, what do we mean? One of the key things is whether or not clinicians are following best practices. Are they following the best state of the science in terms of how to treat a variety of conditions? And the data that we have suggests that providers across a variety of low and middle income countries are only doing about half of the evidence-based recommendations for a variety of conditions. Another important aspect related to quality of care is the patient experience. And from a number of surveys, we have about a third of patients reporting that they experienced disrespect in their engagement with a clinician or other healthcare provider, as well as issues of poor communication. So perhaps they didn't fully understand the diagnosis. They didn't fully understand what they needed to do in terms of treatment moving forward. And then lastly, I think an important indicator of health system quality is how confident people feel in the health system overall. Is this, do they think that if I go seek care, for example, in a public sector facility, am I going to be treated in an effective way? Is this where I want to be going to receive my care? And less than a quarter of people in low and middle income countries, unfortunately, feel that their health system is working well. Next slide, please. So there's really been an emergence, I would say, in the last decade that quality of care really needs to become central to health systems. And 2018 seems to be the year when everything kind of came together at once. There was a number of large reports that were published, one by the Lancet that I mentioned already, as well as there was a joint report by WHO, the World Bank, and OECD. And then the US Institute of Medicine also had a seminal report, all coming in the same year, all generally pointing to the fact that we need to be spending a significant portion of our time and our effort thinking about quality. In terms of, what does quality mean specifically? There's a variety of definitions that are put out there. The bullet points I have here, I think, capture the scope more or less of what's out there. So at the top of that list is safety. So obviously that means that it's things like preventing surgical site infections, adverse drug reactions, infection prevention and control within hospitals, that sort of thing. Second is effectiveness. So are best medical practices being followed to achieve, whatever treatment outcome that we're looking for? Third is person-centered. So is all of this care being delivered in a way to people that is respectful, that is accessible to them? A fourth point is around timeliness. So I think, we all understand that if you receive care too late, that's going to have a big impact on your outcomes. A fifth point is around efficiency. And this is starting to get more towards the idea of health system quality as opposed to the quality of a clinical interaction. And so what that means is that, you're not paying much more than you should for the services. And, I'll say that coming from my own perspective, my own country in the United States, we do, I think, a great job of the clinical quality in terms of best medical practices. We do a terrible job with efficiency. So just to say that these are complementary pieces that need to be receive focused effort, each of them. They don't all necessarily arrive as a package. We have the issue of equity, which I think we would all be quite familiar with what that means. Integration is speaking to the fact that you want to be able to pass from one provider to the next fluidly in a way that helps you optimize your health outcomes. So, for example, for the point of a diagnosis, if you need to be then referred to a surgery and then back from the surgery to ongoing outpatient care, making sure that that process works well in a way that people are not falling through the cracks. And the last point around responsiveness has to do with whether the health system is facing the current challenges of the population in an appropriate way. Different populations have different burdens of disease. So is the health system addressing those burdens of disease? Burden of disease changes over time. Do the health systems evolve to match that as well? Next slide, please. So I'll take just a quick moment to focus on an example of why quality is becoming increasingly a point of concern, and that is the aspect of non-communicable diseases. So, quality has always been important. So let me just say that. But I think it is emerging even more strongly because of the issues that non-communicable diseases present. So whereas with, for example, if you're looking at the treatment of infections in children, a diarrhea episode, a respiratory infection, an acute injury. These are things that can sort of be treated with a single clinical encounter or a couple of clinical encounters. But with non-communicable diseases, you've got multiple layers of dealing with this that are much more complex. So number one, a lot of these diseases don't present themselves until they become more severe. And so there's a layer of population screening that you want to introduce before people get so sick that they are actually showing up to a clinician. So this is something that really matters. There's a difference for this. A second aspect of this is the aspect of ongoing care, continuity, adherence to treatment protocols. A third issue is the issue of escalating and then de-escalating care. So if you're a patient with diabetes, you might be able to maintain certain levels of care at a primary outpatient level, but occasionally you might need to go see a specialist in order to manage certain complications. So all of these things are examples of why non-communicable diseases are presenting an increasingly important challenge when it comes to the quality space. And I just have some data here on the right-hand side, which is showing hypertension in India. And you see that over a quarter of the population, when they're screened, are diagnosed as having hypertension. Less than 10% of people, so about a third of those who have hypertension, are even aware that they're hypertensive. Among those people who are aware, half of those are actually under treatment. Once you get people on treatment, fortunately, it does seem that control is mostly maintained. But it does give you a sense of the fact that there are very real challenges in terms of the health system to make sure that diagnosis happening early and that people are being connected to care. Next slide, please. So I'm going to talk to you now about one of the leading frameworks for thinking about quality at the health system level. So this is the framework that comes out of the Lancet Commission in 2018. And I think one of the interesting things about this is that the bottom piece, this dark blue bar, helps us think about some of the upstream factors that contribute to quality. So just moving across from left to right, we have the population burden of disease. So this is what the population needs in terms of, what are the prevalent diseases, as well as what their expectations are, because different populations actually, expect different levels of service from their health system. Moving over is governance. So how does policy promote quality of care? How does financing and payment, insurance promote quality of care, as well as things that are not directly related to the health sector? So sectors like food systems, education, et cetera. The center one here is platforms. So that is the places where people receive their care, whether it's a clinic, a tertiary care hospital, or at their doorstep from a community health worker. This platforms piece is thinking about how that delivery works in a way that promotes good quality outcomes. Fourth is thinking about a workforce, and that's obviously in part an issue of having enough health workers to deliver care, but it's also an issue of those people having the skills that they need to deliver those high quality outcomes, and that they are receiving the support that they need to do their jobs. And lastly, when it comes to tools, that's where we think about, for example, do you have all the right stuff at the medical facility? Do you have the equipment to be performing certain diagnostics? Do you have medicine availability? Do you have data systems which can capture information that then feeds up to some of the decision making that you want to do? So that foundation right there, that blue bar, I think helps us really think about the macro level factors that affect quality. And then those flow into the factors that are in the top left of this graph, which we call processes of care. And so that's really what's mostly happening at the level of a clinical encounter. Is the clinician, for example, following best practices? Are they safe in what they're doing? And then how is the user experiencing that clinical interaction? And then as you move over to the top right, that's where you have the final outcomes that we're interested in. People, better health outcomes, they're sort of happy and confident with their care. And then obviously, healthy people are generally more economically productive. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Oh, thank you. Good. Good. So I mentioned the issue of those macro factors, that dark blue bar across the bottom. And when it comes to quality interventions, historically, across the world, this is high income countries as well as lower income countries, there's been a lot of focus on what we would call micro level intervention. So that's an intervention that's happening at the level of a facility or at the level of a provider. And those obviously can be very important interventions to pursue. It's great if you have a facility that wants to undertake its own initiative to improve the skills. It's great if you want to have providers receiving in-service trainings. We want to continue those things, but I think globally speaking, we've observed that those things are happening not to the exclusion of, but much more frequently than other interventions that could be more upstream. So those would be what we call the macro and the meso level interventions. And a macro intervention is something that is, you could imagine happening at effectively the state level or a federal level in a country like India. So that's something that's going to change how an entire system operates. So that could be something like an insurance scheme at the, a government insurance scheme. It could be things like regulation of the healthcare space. So those are all macro factors. Meso level factors are going to be interventions that are sort of happening at more of a lower level, like a networked level or a community-based level. So we could be talking about connections of care between community, like referral networks from communities to primary healthcare clinics to hospitals. That could be a meso level type intervention where you're sort of making those networked connections that are bigger than just one single facility or one single provider. And why is it that we want to focus on these macro interventions? It's because, number one, the evidence around the effectiveness of micro interventions is that there is some impact you get out of it, but it's not completely changing the game. And many people make the argument that what's preventing them from achieving oftentimes further goals is because they're constrained by the system that they're working in. So you could say that these sort of macro level factors are defeating the micro level interventions. So the basic argument is to think about what kind of macro level interventions you can couple along with the micro level interventions that have often been undertaken. Next slide. So I put up this slide because I want to share a few specific examples about, what does this look like? We talk about macro interventions, practically speaking, what does that mean? So there's a few different levers that we can look at for macro interventions: governance, service delivery, education, finance, and demand. And so I'll talk about a couple of specific interventions you can do for each of those. So governance, one key factor is professional regulation. So, what does it take in order for a clinician to be licensed, to maintain their license over time? What are the consequences if somebody is found to have, performed malpractice, this sort of issue? Accreditation of health facilities, and that's obviously something that India is charging full force on with INQUAS. The idea of, what is the standard that we hold a facility to over time? In terms of macro level interventions for service delivery, you could be thinking about access networks. So actually some of the interventions that Meghalaya has undertaken to improve access to maternity care is a great example of an access intervention for quality. Referral systems, so that could be something like identification of cases at the level of the community and then sending them onward for screening or treatment at a healthcare level. Education, so this is thinking about basically what happens at at medical school, nursing school, midwifery school, et cetera, pharmacy school. Improving the quality of those curriculums, or improving the quality of your clinical in-service, your training, like your internships. Those would be interventions that would fit at the macro level here. Beyond, of course, just the clinical interactions, which are critical, of course. There's also how do you manage a health system effectively? And we see that many times clinicians get promoted to being managers. These people could be nurses or doctors or whoever. They get put in managerial positions. They're smart people. They've done a good job in their clinical world, but they're not necessarily prepared to be good managers. And so what is the preparation that we're preparing people with so that they can be effective in that role? When it comes to finance, one common intervention related to quality is going to be pay for performance. So this is obviously financial incentives that are going to be linked to some sort of quality metric. So for example, you have health systems that will pay for care only if a patient isn't readmitted after a certain period of time. And to be honest, there's a lot of valid debate that's out there around, what are the incentives that we create with these different payment schemes. But it is a commonly employed intervention that I think we all should be aware of. At the demand level, we're looking at things like participatory groups, so like a community, some sort of like community health council, people that are convened in order to advocate for what their needs are at their health needs in the community. Another piece is community monitoring. So that's when those community members are actually directly charged with doing some sort of assessment of the health system or their healthcare quality. I'll touch on just some of these meso-level interventions briefly. So one is a network of health facilities. So it could be a collaborative where you have different healthcare facilities getting together and saying, hey, this is the problem we face. This is how we addressed it. This is what worked well or didn't work well. You could also think about area-based planning. So you might try to, for example, reduce redundancies. If you have, for example, clustering of health facilities in one area to the exclusion of in another area, you could deal with that sorts of issues with an area-based planning approach. You could also look at management interventions. So things like supply chain, making sure that you don't run into stockouts because of the way that you're measuring or monitoring your drug supply and ordering, that sort of thing. Lastly is our micro level interventions. And those are things I think that many of us are going to be familiar with. The things like in-service trainings, supportive supervision, as well as any kind of job aid. So it could be a checklist, it could be an app, something that helps a clinician perform their duties. And then other micro level interventions might be things like providing medicines, providing equipment, rehabilitating a facility, infrastructure. Let's move on to the next slide. So how effective are some of these interventions? And this is a very high level overview. So within each of these interventions, you could absolutely find some that you work better than the average and some that work worse. But this is just broadly what we're seeing across the literature. First of all, this pie chart on the left is just an assessment of what fraction of interventions fit into the micro, meso, and macro buckets, at least interventions that are published in the literature. And what we see is about 3/4 of the interventions out there are micro level interventions. So I think that goes again to the point that we made earlier about the fact that we probably want to balance that out, where we're seeing a larger fraction of interventions that are being implemented at the macro level. And then when you take a look at, well, what is the impact that we're getting out of these different interventions? I'll start down at the bottom with the micro level. We see that training and supervision interventions will often give us 10 to 20 percentage point benefits on whatever quality of care metric you're looking at, which is good. But many times when we're looking at these quality of care metrics, we're starting at the level of a 30, 40% score. And so a 10 or 20 percentage point bonus, is getting you maybe half or a third of the way to where you want to be ultimately. Unfortunately, some interventions, broadly speaking, like job aids or mHealth interventions, are not consistently shown to be impactful. I have seen examples of job aids and mHealth interventions that are extremely effective. So I don't want to say that, that we rule them out, but I think it is important to think about the fact that it's not a surefire way. We have to pay close attention to the design and implementation of these. When you start trying to look at the meso and macro level interventions, the literature out there is quite diverse because there's so many ways that you could approach this. There's been a number of studies on quality improvement collaboratives, and there is variable results, but some of them are actually quite promising with impacts that we're seeing that are 2 to 3x what we would see for some of the micro level interventions. When it comes to the macro level interventions, the performance-based financing is the one that has been most studied. And interestingly, the impacts to that particular intervention are maybe on par with what you might see for like a training intervention. Again, there's a big variability in terms of impact. So there are zero impact performance-based financing interventions, and then ones that are larger than that. So it's important to think that, again, this is not necessarily a magic bullet. But I think one important thing that I would call out here is that, in the previous slide, I listed to you 15 or 20 different macro level interventions. We only have one here that there's actually been much robust literature to evaluate. And so I think what we would like to see is people trying more of these macro level interventions, assessing them, and so we can identify what are the approaches that seem to work. Next slide, please.
Hello. Hi, Chris. Sorry, while I interrupt, I think...
No, go ahead.
Yeah, sorry. Can we have... I understand with the audience that this online sharing is not the best option, but a little more attention because we are going to invest a lot of time and energy with all of you. I think there is a lot of chatter in the room, so can I request little more attention? And Chris, my request to you is, I think with the paucity of time, they're asking us to go a little more faster. Yeah, thank you.
Sure, no problem.
Thank you.
Yeah. So I think on that note, then let's skip this particular slide. Let's see what's coming next. So let me say a few words about a quality of care strategy, because I know that this is something that is already being worked on by the state of Meghalaya. So this is something that obviously both NHSRC has been encouraging states and supporting states to work on. And this is also something that the World Health Organization has provided guidance on how to pursue this. There are a few key reasons why you would want to pursue a strategy. One is that it gives you your overall vision. There's 100 different things that you could do to address quality. If you have a strategy, it tells you, look, these are the particular things that I want to hone in on. And so that gets everybody aligned and on board with those things rather than having efforts be too diffuse. It also helps you understand who's in charge, how you hold people accountable, and how you're going to measure whether or not you're being successful. A third advantage is that many times there's already a number of initiatives that are in place, and sometimes you can end up having redundancies between these. So by having this strategy, it can help you identify where there might be those redundancies and streamline. Next slide, please. So there's a few key elements that are recommended for a quality of care strategy. This is coming out of the World Health Organization. Just moving across the top, you would want to start by assessing, well, what are the priorities of, it says national here, but in your case, it could be, what is the health priorities for the state of Meghalaya? They do encourage whoever's writing this strategy to think about their definition of quality, because it can mean different things, or there are different aspects different groups can prioritize. So for example, maybe timeliness is a very critical factor for you. So you might want to highlight, look, we're really interested in promoting timeliness, or we're really interested in promoting equity aspects of quality. So that's a key piece here. Third is thinking about your stakeholder mapping and engagement. So who are all the players that would be involved in getting this work done? Fourth is thinking about the situation analysis. So where are we now? I would say that in a lot of cases, there are many things that we would like to know to help us assess the state of quality, but there's just simply not the data for it. And so I think one actual helpful piece of the situational analysis is actually to identify what things you want to start measuring moving forward that you don't necessarily have at this time. Coming across the bottom here, we have obviously, you think about the governance structures that would go into moving your strategy forward. You would have to think about, well, what are the specific interventions that I'm going to undertake, and you define what those interventions are, who's in charge, how they're going to be financed, et cetera. And then the last 2 points are related to data and measurement. So thinking about what is the information we're going to be bringing in, and what are the indicators that we're going to track in order to ensure that we're getting the outcomes that we want. Next slide, please. Okay, we can go ahead and skip this one. So I had a couple of case studies here based on what you're saying, Lakshmi, in terms of the timing. Maybe I'll just present one, and I'll talk about this one here in Colombia, and I'll skip some of the others. But just to give you a sense of what having a strategy can end up with. So the country of Colombia, back in 2006, undertook a holistic revision of its approach to doing quality. So it effectively made itself a quality of care strategy. And they introduced a number of critical macro level reforms that have really done a lot to improve that system there. So number one is they introduced a unique licensing system that provided licenses for a defined period of time, at which point people then had to relicense again afterwards. This is at the health facility level. They also had a registry of licenses that anybody could access and look at. That licensing was actually by service as opposed to a health facility overall. So you could have a health facility, and if it provides 10 different services, each of those services would need to be individually licensed. The second piece is around quality improvement audits. So they had annual quality improvement plans that they introduced, as well as regular collection of patient satisfaction data. A third pillar is around information systems that were accessible to the public. So they had indicators for both facilities and insurers. Those things were aggregated into an annual report on quality. And there was actually also a publicly available database where you could go search even down to the facility level information. And then lastly is an accreditation system. So here they use the word accreditation a little bit differently than it's used in India, where accreditation is basically going above and beyond what are the minimal standards that are required by the government. And so there was a system established for introducing various high-level accreditations, but it was also, there were it was a unified system so that everybody knew exactly what those different accreditations meant and what the quality was that was ensured by that. So we're going to go ahead and skip forward 1, 2, 3 slides. Okay. So this is just to touch on a little bit of what's happening in India. So the state of Tamil Nadu has also pursued a quality strategy. They introduced this a few years ago, and in terms of the process of doing this, they had set up a working group that had representatives from a wide variety of government institutions, researchers, NGOs, technical experts. So I think it's quite similar to what the state of Meghalaya is doing, the people who are sitting in your room right now. And they in addition to that sort of general steering committee, introduced units at both the level of the state and the district and even facilities, people who were charged with thinking about quality. Next slide, please. And I'll just briefly touch on some of the interventions that Tamil Nadu had introduced. So one is enhanced training of health workers through a system they call TanQuest. They were also introducing more operational research so that they could try and learn best practices that they would pilot in the state. At the meso level, they started assessing patient experience at health facilities, as well as soliciting citizen engagement through different health assemblies. And then at the micro level, they were focused on doing basically quality scorecards and accreditation. Next slide, please. So I won't dwell on this because this is basically to acknowledge the fact that some of the work that Meghalaya is already doing is very much in the domain of macro level intervention around service delivery. So it's simply to applaud you all and say that you're on the right path. Some of your service delivery redesign efforts are absolutely in alignment with what the current global thinking is in terms of how to move forward with quality of care. And then if you skip forward 2 slides. So you're probably already aware of this data, but I think it's worth restating that the data indicates that these measures in Meghalaya are being successful. So for example, we're seeing that in-home deliveries are decreasing, and that is then resulting in lower child and maternal mortality rates. That data is on the next 2 slides, but we don't have to dwell on that. So let's skip forward 3 slides. Great. So this is where I'll end. So I'll just say a few words about the World Bank and our support and broadly within India and also specifically for the state of Meghalaya, how we are, positioned to be with you, continue to be with you on your journey. So you may well be aware of the Enhanced Health Service Delivery Project, which is a central level engagement between the World Bank and the government of India. It's a $500 million loan across 5 years. One of the core objectives, one of the 3 core objectives is improving quality of care. And there are 7 states that receive sort of focused attention related to this, and the state of Meghalaya is one of them. You can skip forward 2 slides. Actually, sorry, I take it back. Go back 1, please. Great. All right. So just to say, these 4 circles here are the specific activities that the World Bank is particularly focused on in terms of supporting quality of care. One is support for the process of facility quality certification, so NQAS certifications. A second is supporting states with the development of a quality strategy. Third is contextualized quality measurement tools. So that could be patient experience surveys, for example. And then lastly is comprehensive state human resources for health strategies. So what does this mean specifically? So it means that we can provide support with convenings, bringing in expertise to sit alongside a state as they are engaging with, for example, the development of a quality of care strategy. It can be support with data analysis. So that could be both the concept of what are the important things that we might want to be analyzing, as well as the implementation of crunching some of those numbers and deriving insights from them. And then lastly is sort of support with the process of what a quality of care strategy might look like. So development of a quality of care strategy obviously involves a lot of moving parts. There's a lot of people involved, priorities, et cetera. So we can sort of be alongside you and you provide advice in terms of how to navigate the next steps as you move forward. So I'll pause there. I really appreciate your attention. I will be online. I'm happy to respond to other questions. Deepika is here as well, and Lakshmi as well. You're in the room, so I'll leave it to you to manage the questions as you think best. Thank you.
Thanks, Chris. Just adding one last, I mean, Meghalaya Health System Strengthening Project is not new for all of you, so we did not include that as a separate, but you know that 4 years ago when the project was being visioned, quality was at the center of Meghalaya Health System Strengthening Project, and over the last many years through IPA, through the large works on HRH, infrastructure investments and so on, at every point, everything was building towards improving the quality. So quality was at the heart of the entire design, and now with the additional support that we are getting and focus from this federal level project, I think that Meghalaya is well poised and will benefit a lot from this. I know that, thanks Chris, thank you so much for taking us through that presentation. And as we present, the plan is that starting from our global team to India team, we would like to come, engage with the state, have few stakeholder consultations and actually develop the quality of care, help the Meghalaya state develop the quality of care strategy. And this will happen over the next few months based on at the pace at which the state takes it forward. And the team will be visiting in person. And like we said, we will develop a roadmap on what level of stakeholder consultations, what will be the framework. We have certain existing inputs. For example, we recently concluded the service delivery redesign process evaluation. Many of you were part of that. A lot of insights have come from your ongoing efforts. So all that will feed into the existing and then additional analysis. And then along with you in a very consultative manner, the team is committed to help develop a quality of care strategy for Meghalaya. I will stop here and we're happy to take questions. Deepika, anything that you would like to add?
No, Lakshmi, I think you covered it really well, and thank you, Chris, for presenting. Let's open it up for the questions if, in case there are any. Happy to answer those. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you so much, Deputy and Chris and Madam Lakshmi here. Thank you so much. Just wanted you all to let you know that since we are still in that journey of NQuas, but also, like I've talked with Lakshmi and all that, that we will have a dedicated team on strategy and sustainability. So we are trying to actually have a plan along with your team to make a plan, and then we'll roll it out most probably in April. So like today morning, deadlines have been given to each and every district. All the quality team, district quality teams have been given deadlines till March on what we achieve in NQuas and all that. So after March, it's all about sustainability and moving with the quality care strategy. So we'll be looking forward to have more meetings with you and the committee. How we develop that roadmap, I think we have a rough draft, but I think that was roughly done, harshly done. It's not like something which is actually vision about. But hopefully with your inputs, your guidance and all that, and your experience, we want to make that, develop that plan by March and then roll it out by April. So that is the game plan that we are actually looking forward to. So by March, all facilities need to get NQuas. The others who don't get NQuas at that time, it's okay. But the sustainability and the strategy, core strategy of care, quality care will roll out in April. So we'll need to have all our heads together to actually develop that strategy along with your input and your support. We'll have 3 months. I think that's enough time. Because ultimately, at the end of the day, no matter how much we win, we can lose it all. Sustaining is the ultimate thing that we want to do. So from the JDQC side, that's what I would like to put on. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Chris, anything you'd like to add? That looks like a very quick timeline, but yeah, I think exactly, while you all continue to achieve the accreditation part, I think our job here is to think, what is quality beyond just accreditation? What does quality mean to the state? And also with the next phase of OBB coming into effect from April, what is the kind of redesign inputs, CHCs, others, FRU activation? We spoke a lot about HRH. We're almost at the advanced draft stage of the state also having a very robust HRH strategy and management framework. I think we have a lot in terms of providing inputs. I think, as Dr. Mohammed rightly pointed out, it will take all the heads together to put ourselves with those very strong thinking hats that from here, how do we move to the larger quality agenda, rightly beyond just the accreditation that we are currently equating it to. Chris and Deepika, nothing else from my side, but over to you guys for final comments, and then we can wrap up. Thank you.
Thanks, Lakshmi. I can just quickly come in and then Chris can have the last words for the session. No, this is really helpful. Thank you, sir, for putting it very clear for the team that how is the state thinking and planning to move ahead on developing this quality of care strategy. For Meghalaya, we are aware that there is a draft that is already in place. At this point, I think probably we can assure you that from the bank side, while Chris, myself, and we also have Debajyoti, who is part of the team from the Enhanced Health Service Delivery Program, is supporting the team on CPHC and will be there on ground. For the day-to-day, interactions and taking this forward. But in terms of the timelines, thank you for letting us know on that. We will be in touch with the state team on agreeing on the smaller and probably breaking it down into immediate next steps and the timelines for the same, and maybe we can request more frequent and in-person discussions to take this forward henceforth. So this meeting has been really helpful and it's just the starting point to take the entire agenda of QOC strategy development for Meghalaya forward. Chris, if you would like to add something, over to you.
Yeah, thanks, Deepika. No, nothing to add other than to say, as I mentioned earlier, I think the state of Meghalaya is already a great example for moving forward with quality improvement efforts. So that I think that's just a great place to be starting from. We are looking forward to being your ally and partner as you move that journey even further along. And as Deepika mentioned, I'm happy to get that process started in the short term as well, as you kind of get the runway going for that post-NQAS, that push that you have for the next few months. So hope to see you all soon, and thanks for the time.
Back to you, Lakshmi.
Thanks. That's it. We're wrapping this. Thank you so much. Thank you, Chris. Thank you, Deepika. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody, for your time.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you, Chris, Debajyoti, who's there. Okay. One more session. I know all of you is tired. I just need your attention for another 15 minutes. Fine? Go. 15 minutes. We'll break up for lunch. Then the award ceremony has, and then there'll be a lot of dancing and singing and rock and roll at night. So bear with me. 7 p.m. you're free to rock. So before that, just like wanted to tell you that in the Directorate we had formed an HR committee. That HR committee has been looking at all the HR that's been contributed from MHIS, NHM, MMDSL, MI. And we have very little data on those employed by the Hospital Management Society. So from January onwards, a particular team will be coming and visiting your institutes, maybe the DMHO office and the district hospitals. Please give them all the data required for HR, especially contractuals, because when we amalgamate all of them, we get a very large database. So we have data, but we need to verify it. Okay, so that's one of the works of the JDC, and another is we do have a financial task force. We know that there's a lot of confusion right down from the PHC, CHC to the district hospitals. You don't know which fund to use from where it comes from, what is what. Most of them don't have guidelines. So to help us, we have gone with the task force and getting inputs from everybody, and we've developed a unified SOP, standard operating procedure, for your financial management, which will actually ease your confusion, help you spend more and get better outcomes. So without further ado, I request Sonata Dakhar, who's from IPA Global with World Bank, but also popular with everybody with MHIS. She'll lead us through onto this unified SOP. More. 15 minutes, guys. Please bear with me.
Good afternoon, everyone. I know, like Dr. Panbo has put me in a very tough position because everyone is hungry. I myself am hungry as well. But just so that, since I've been giving 15 minutes, I'll just put into context of what happened in the morning and when we heard Dr. Bapher and Dr. Skem from Pongtung PHC. What we realized was one of the major things they kept on talking about was, the challenges they were facing. And we can't address all challenges all at once, but there are certain things that we can try. And because of the efforts of the JDC and all, all of us working together, as Dr. Panbo mentioned, we put up the financial task force, which included the directorates, of course, and also people from MHIS, NHM, MMDSL, from MHSSP. So all of us were together. And today I'm representing our unified SOP for the basis of that. How this came about is basically, as you all are aware, we are having something called the outcome-based budgeting, which is being implemented in Meghalaya right now as phase 1, which is in 88 facilities. And by April next year, we will be implementing it across all facilities in the state. So what is OBB? So OBB, I think this is slightly small, but OBB is, in simple terms, is like IPA. Many of you have already implemented IPA. The idea is that you perform. Once you perform, you will be assessed. Once you assess, you get the funds, decentralized funds, so that you are able to use it as and when you want. The idea and why OBB is so that you have autonomy with accountability. So did you feel that you got like enough money with IPA, or do you want more money? You want more money? Okay. So that means, so OBB hopefully will bring you more money. The idea is that, IPA was the World Bank funds that were available. OBB, we are trying to utilize the state funds, which we already have. Why this came about also was because when we were assessing the health budget, a lot of the budget was not being used. There was a lot of money unutilized. We keep on saying that we have shortage, but we actually don't know how to use the money as well. So the next slide, please. So basically, this is how the idea of OBB is, similar to IPA, but this time, and why we wanted to do this, is basically go from outcomes, so that we know what are the outcomes, and to set it straight. For now, the outcomes are aligned to a reduction in IMR, reduction in MMR, and increasing life expectancy. So these are the 3 outcomes that the state is, focusing with. And based on that, we have these measurable outputs, and then you have to make your action plans, and then you use your funds. So the idea is that you know what you are targeting, and you put your funds where you know, where you want, not where, in the morning they were talking, Dr. Bapher very nicely put it, that suddenly we don't know where the money is. Suddenly someone says something and then you're like, oh, where do we find the money? Should we get it from NHM? Should we get it from IPA? Should we get it from MHIS? Where do we get? Should I get it from HMS? So there's a lot of confusion. So the idea now is that we know what our outcomes are, we know what we want to do, and what money do we have. Next, please. Next. Next. So basically the idea is that, we'll have state funds. Here we've just aligned a few budget heads, which will go towards OBB. From OBB, it'll go to the Joint Directorate Committee, and the Joint Directorate Committee will then dispense these funds to the facilities. For now, in phase 1, it is just the non-IPA facilities which have been identified as OBB facilities. From April 2026 onwards, it will be the entire state. So next slide, please. Next. Again, this is just explaining in brief the OBB cycle, similar to the IPA cycle. And basically, it moves in terms of you have an assessment of your performance, which are the outputs, which are based on the outcomes that we already have highlighted. Then you release the funds based on the action plans you make, and then you have to utilize the funds. And you utilize the funds to meet the targets in your performance indicators as well. Next. I'll skip this part since we're short on time. Next. So what is a unified SOP? Everyone keeps on saying unified, unified, unified. So what is a unified SOP? I mean, what do you think what problems do you think a unified SOP will solve? So when we heard Dr. Kharjana earlier, I think when she was making a presentation, it was exactly this mix, where we don't know where to buy, what funds do we have actually, and which funds to be used for what. Are there guidelines for everything? There are some guidelines for MHIS, there's guidelines for IPA, there's some guidelines for NHM Untied Fund. So everything is very, isolated. Everything, all these funds work individually. And obviously, we can't change some of these funds because they are governed by the central government guidelines as well. Like NHM will have to follow particular rules, MHIS will have to follow particular rules. But the idea for the state is, why do we go about unified SOP? Next, please. So the idea is this, that, when we were assessing this OBB, we kept on saying that, there is ambiguity in the guidelines. So sometimes they mention the guidelines, but we don't know exactly how to use the funds. That is one. Number two, there are issues of duplication. I think there are duplications in all facilities, like in the sense sometimes you've bought paracetamol from MMDSL. By the time the indent happens, you've already purchased 10,000 strips of paracetamol. So then again, there's a problem of storage, and then again, there's duplication, and before you know it, we have to, sort of dispose the drugs. Another thing, another agenda why we're having a unified SOP is so that there is an interdepartmental, collaboration under the JDC. So that, if you are purchasing something with certain funds, we are aware. One thing that mentioned earlier in terms of this, so what this SOP will try to do is basically, number one, have clear rules for each of the funds. We are utilizing many funds, so there'll be clear rules for each of the funds. Number two, we'll have to, like at the facility level, you'll have to identify your available funds so that you can make those informed decisions. Three, we are trying to use a step-by-step flowchart guide on the spending that can be done with the money that you will receive. And 4, we will sort of have sample use cases and cross learnings, like how today, hopefully in the districts, hopefully in the blocks, there will be cross learning in terms of, so what we plan is that with the unified SOP, as we move forward and as we learn with the implementation, we can make changes as and when needed. Next slide, please. So this is OBB in the health facility. So the pink side says the centralized support you get. Am I right? You get infrastructure from the health engineering wing. There are state funds that you get for LOA, etc. You get funds from NHM for programs, either in monetary-wise or in kind. Then you get drugs and consumables from MMDSL. And then you get, maybe there are other funding, CSR, etc. Am I right with the centralized support? You all get those funds? Everyone gets, do you get money? No. So what money do you get? Do you get this money? Do you get the decentralized money, doctor? You're not getting. Okay. So you're having, but then technically, as per guidelines, HEW should be there to support us with our infrastructure, technically. So this is the centralized support. We have the decentralized support. So people, hospitals that are using MHIS claims get revenue from MHIS. Then there is NHM untied funds. I believe that now it's been reduced, but whatever it is, we're still counting it. There are IPA funds currently, there is CMSMS, and there will now be OBB funds. So the idea is that when you are in the health facility, you first identify which funds you have. So you'll have the decentralized funds. So around this funding, we have designed the unified SOP, which has been in consultation with all the directorates and the financial task force. Next slide, please. So in this table, the idea is that I'm just showing glimpses of the SOP. When we are making the SOP, basically, you have to identify the kind of work you want, the purpose of your work. For instance, do you want civil works, you want medicines, you want whatever you want? Then you have to look at the source of funding you are getting. So if maybe you are getting some, like if you're talking about drugs, your source for drugs will be number 1, MMDSL. If MMDSL is not able to provide, then what is your second alternative? Maybe MHIS. So basically, we're just trying to make this table where we're saying categories of work and sources of funding. Next slide, please. So this is an example of how we're trying to make the guidelines for each category. So that when you are sitting in your facility, I understand you are especially medical officers, as Dr. Skem had mentioned in the morning, he does everything. He's like multi-purpose officer. He does everything. So he doesn't have time to maybe look through a lot of guidelines, to read SOPs, etc. So this SOP, we're also trying to integrate something like these flow charts, So for instance, if you have minor work, the first step is that you please check if decentralized funds can be used for minor works. After that, the second step is that you have to get estimates either from HEW or currently the junior engineers from MHSSP are also helping facilities in getting the estimates. Then you go to the third, which is identify the funds that will be permitted. Why we are saying this is that in collaboration, we've decided that, maybe you have to see for each case, which is your first option. So in this case, for minor works, your first option is MHIS, your second is IPA, and your third is OBB. So we're trying to make these simple charts. I'll go to the next one, please. So for instance, this is guidelines for medicine. There was a lot of talk about medicines with MMDSL. I don't know if they're here right now, but there was a lot of talk with the MMDSL representatives, and I understand that it's a very difficult, like logistics is a huge problem. So the idea with OBB is that, okay, if you want to get medicines, what do? The first step that you have to do is indent from MMDSL as per the state drug list. Second, if it is not supplied, if it's supplied, well and good, you've received your stock. If it is not supplied, then MMDSL will have to provide an NOC to the facility and inform the estimated time of delivery. The system for this NOC is also being worked out. So this NOC will permit you to purchase drugs for that time. Suppose you have a shortfall for 2 months, you purchase that particular drug for 2 months. After that, you go to number 3, which is identify the funds for purchase of drugs. So for instance, in this case, again, number 1, you can use your MHIS funds. MHIS permits purchase of drugs. Of course, they have a capping, so you have to look at whether that capping is there or not. After that, then you go to your OBB funds, and thirdly, to your NHM untied funds. Next, please. Similarly, with non-medical equipment, I'm not going to show all these flowcharts, but just to highlight to you that, we're just trying to simplify it in case there are changes in, the functioning, or in case we get feedbacks during this phase 1 of implementation. We'll sort of change and tweak it so that, if someone needs something, that for non-medical equipment, this is what I have to do. So for instance, in this case, for non-medical equipment, MMDSL is coming out with a list of items that will not be available with MMDSL. So the first thing, as a facility, you will have to check that list. So either you check the not available list or you check the available list. So if there are items available from MMDSL, you will have to indent from MMDSL. If it is not available, then you can indent number 1 or request from NHM state funds. If again that is not available, then you move towards decentralized funding. Of course, like step number 2 can be skipped if you're just indenting a very small item. Then you can directly just go to step number 3 and see which of the funds you can use to indent a non-medical item. So this is, yeah. So I've finished it in 12 minutes, Dr. Bhanbo. So I won't go anymore to any of these flow charts. But the idea is that to have this unified SOP, and with this unified SOP, next please. Next. Oh, okay. So yeah, so basically we are having these flow charts and this system within the unified SOP so that it becomes very simple, step-by-step procedure is sort of written and listed out so that you do not have to read like, a booklet of 100 pages with like so much text that, it bores you. So if you have if you need a particular requirement, you just see that flow chart, you see what to go about and we'll purchase. Of course, this is, this is the first time we're trying something like this, like a unified SOP. So as and when we get more inputs, by April, I think we'll finalize, and for the full phase 2 of implementation of OBB, it will be live. Thank you, Dr. Bhanbo. Oh, okay, sorry. I said 12.
Hello. Thank you for the exhaustive presentation. Myself, Dr. Ee Kong Lap from Jaintia, West Jaintia Hills District. So I'm also looking at the program officer. So I wonder whether you have included the co-signatories for all the funds in this. From where to seek for the requirement of the funds for the action plan approval, and whom to seek at the PAC level, CAC level, district level, whether all that is included.
So in this unified SOP, Doctor, number 1, for OBB funds, if you're talking about OBB funds, those guidelines will already be there. Who is the signatory, who is, who is the chairperson, who's member secretary, etc.
Yes.
For instance, with NHM and MHIS, they have their separate guidelines as well. So we are also trying to integrate where we are saying, that each of their guidelines will have to be followed. So technically we're trying to unify this, but in time we'll sort of have a uniform sort of procurement system for whether you are using NHM funds, MHIS funds, OBB funds, etc.
So I would just like to highlight one point which I face as a district nodal officer of NP and CD. So I think we had one camp where we need to purchase some hemoglobin and RBS strips, which amount is very minimal. And then my accountant has to go up and down the DC office to get approval from the deputy commissioner, which is really taking a lot of time, and it's also a bit of hassle. I mean, if the district nodal officer is there in the district and a DMHO, I mean, for simple programs, logistics and need to be purchased, maybe signatories can be between the two.
Yes, doctor, we'll take note of that. For OBB, we have 3 signatories. So sometimes, maybe you don't need the DC all the time, but whatever you've mentioned in terms, because we'll be utilizing other funds as well under the umbrella of unified SOP, so we'll take note of that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, whole MHSSP World Bank team, for the support for IPA. You have done a really tremendous job, and applause for whole of the MHSP team. Yeah, surely. But I have again one query. Yeah. So regarding, you see, this quality journey, JDQC, we have been not, actually we are all focusing on the NQAS journey, okay, certification. So JDQC is targeting on district hospital, CHC and PHC, of course this one. And IPA now, regarding this IPA fund and the OBB, you are targeting on the PHC and even the state dispensary also. So from this 500 crores money, okay, the loan, is there any budget for the subcenters? Because the whole load of chunk of the facility is the subcenter. If the subcenters we are not investing, the rank of our Meghalaya rank under NQAS will come down. So now with the PHCs, what the fund they are receiving, they are focusing on the PHC facility only. The civil work, the equipments, the manpower, the hiring manpower like anything. Our one facility in West Garo Hills, they focused only on manpower, and now they don't have that fund to utilize for other things. So now should we focus a little bit on subcenters also to give them the autonomy or the decentralized thing so that they can utilize the money? Sorry, Byron, I could not ask you this thing on the your Garo Hill store. It skipped my mind. So now since this one is there, so on this thing, I just want to ask, should we give them a little bit of fun to the subcenter so that they can utilize as their own whatever they need to feel like? Because of this sparse thing, all the NQAS certified facilities, the subcenters, even the PHCs, they have not received, the PHCs have not received the 3 lakhs rupees, and the subcenters, those who are NQAS certified, they have not received the 1,26,000, I guess, of their NQAS certification fund. Okay, the award. So I think a little bit we have to put that fund on that, because we are focusing on PHC and CHC, but subcenters, if you don't focus, it will bring the rank down of our Meghalaya.
Sir, I think both Bachman and Byron are here, so they'll answer the MHSSP query. I'll just, for OBB, just to highlight that if the fund is going to a state dispensary or a PHC, partially the PHC can use the funds for the sub-center as well. But the larger MHSSP question, I'll hand it over to.
So thank you for your question. I totally agree with you that we do not invest in our sub-centers. Our quality journey is not complete. We have released a circular a couple of last year that PHCs can invest in sub-centers, even DMHO can invest. The problem is that when we have to give funds to them, as you know, there's certain criteria you have to meet to actually use the funds. Now to activate all 400, 500 sub-centers, they have opening a bank account, doing certain criteria that they have to meet to actually utilize the funds. I think a better way is to actually give more funds to the PHC, district DMHO office, and let them use it on the sub-centers because they have an idea also where to invest. They can prioritize. But the idea that you're saying giving it them to directly to sub-centers also, we will explore more. I'm not saying we'll not explore. But the way that we want to do it is to actually do it through the PHCs because they are in charge of the sub-centers and they know, they can have, it'll be more, there'll be more convergence between the sub-centers and how to invest. And yeah, you want to add anything?
Just to add one more thing, I mean, what my colleagues have mentioned here also, it's very much you can use from the OBB funding, but there's also the untied grant which you, through NHM, they provide for the JAS, Jan Arogya Samiti. So perhaps, I don't know, Kong Iba is still here or not, but perhaps you can explore from that option also, because when we're trying to create this unified SOP, it's meant for all kinds of funds. In fact, there was a point of time that there were also discussions, iterations, I would say, from some of the medical officers in the past. They've mentioned why is MHIS also not given to sub-center, but there are systematic challenges for to provide that. But of course, you always explore through the NHM untied grants, which hopefully will be budgeted for the coming years, which has been there in the past also. So that is one aspect also you can look into it. But largely, which my colleagues has mentioned, is that the PHCs are always, and there are some PHCs which already are doing that. In fact, some PHC IPA funds which we have given, they've decided to invest in their sub-centers, to achieve the quality standards and all that. So that is also free, you're free to use. Not just PHC. In fact, the Joint Directorate IPA funds they're using for some sub-centers also. So in that sense, it works from any level. So that's, we give that flexibility for you to implement. So because you understand within your own jurisdiction, where do I need to invest to improve upon the health, the health services, the healthcare service that we are providing. So you know that if you're investing in a sub-center, it will eventually also have a rippling effect with the performance of your PHC or CHC altogether.
Can I have one suggestion from my end? Lastly, sorry for the delay for the lunch. Anyway, you're just close to the door also. We'll move ahead first. Anyway, just like to say that since you mentioned that PHCs, CHCs and district hospital, DMNHOs can invest in the sub-centers, of course we have the notification also in there. But since you say that you will be giving more fund to the PHCs, can you give one circular from this one end that this much amount is for the sub-center, you cannot invest on the facility, PHC. This from out of 10 lakhs, 3 lakhs is for the sub-centers. You need to invest in for the sub-center only. Yeah, I think that will be really helpful.
I'll beg to differ on that, Dr. Jacob. I think we give the honors at the medical officer's hand. So they can actually decide how much they want to invest on what. Because if we start,
that is the problem. If you don't give circular, nobody will follow. Yeah, no one will follow that. So you need to give a circular so that the fear of audit, everyone will follow that. Yeah.
No, I understand, sir, what you're saying. But putting a hard amount like that, sometimes they might. Sometimes the PHC has really good sub-centers that they don't need to invest so much also. So what we will do, either we'll do that financially, or we'll say, okay, all your sub-centers need to have these things. Then in that way, there's flexibility where the sub-center doesn't have something, you can actually procure for that. If it has, then you don't need to do it. And you're not fixed to a certain amount that I have to spend. That's a bit tricky. But I understand, sir. We'll look at both sides and then we'll come back to you. Okay.
No, I think since it's clear now that we can utilize that money in the sub-center, I think that is clear. So I think we will leave it to concerned medical officer. I think he knows best in which sub-center to invest. I think that is clear. No.
Any more questions? Or I think we are a bit late. Yeah. So thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Sunata. Still work on that. The unified SOP will be on in April. Maybe we can, from the JDQC, we can have another round of discussion by ourselves with the financial task force. So we've breezed through the sessions today. We've come to the end of the sessions. Just like to say that the Joint Directorate Quality Committee, just the committee itself didn't get facilities to NQuas. There were a lot of people involved, a lot of teams, a lot of people have put in extra effort and resources. Some have gone out of their way to get facilities NQuas certified. Some have spent sleepless nights. Some have even cried, but in the end, they've also smiled. And some get phone call, hey, you've got to run to CU tonight. And they've run. Some say, some have gone out of the way. So there were a lot of people going from one facility to the other, carrying the best practices. As we moved to that journey of NQuas, to be frank, we never knew how the first assessment was like because we never had an NQuas facility. And the first one was Babadam. We learned a lot from Babadam and slowly the message spread on how things will be done. But there was a lot of people who were involved in carrying the message. And in fact, getting the work done for the facilities that followed later on. So I know there's been a lot of people who have put in a lot of efforts. A lot of teams have put in a lot of efforts in our NQuas journey. But from the Joint Directorate Quality Committee, we just want to show a little appreciation to those who really helped us along the way. We couldn't do it alone. It was always a teamwork. And we just want to give away some certificates to a few individuals who have really contributed a lot in their small way. Of course, there'll be awards in the evening time for the entire teams, but for just a small appreciation, which is not actually an award, but a sense of appreciation for the contribution and your effort that you've put in. No matter how small it was, just from our side to say thank you. We have a small appreciation for some people. For the rest, it'll be in the evening. Okay, we tried to fit in as much as possible, everybody, but it was, these are last minute quality jiggles that we put into place. So first I would request our chairman, who's also the Additional Director of Health Services, Dr. P. N. Khan, sir, to please kindly step up, sir, and Dr. Nurina, to kindly come and read out the recipients of this small appreciation award from the JDQC. And
Okay, thank you, Dr. Arwa. So now I would like to call all these awardees. So when I call your name, please come forward. So first of all, I would like to call Dr. Wandariti Maulong. Please come forward. Then after Dr. Wandariti Maulong, Dr. Robert Sawian, please come forward. Then after Dr. Robert Sawian, I would like to call Dr. Olisha Sumer. Please come forward. Then, yeah, and then I would like to call Dr. Wiyulin Gatpo. Wiyulin Gatpo. Anybody can take on her behalf? Okay, anybody can take this award on her behalf? Okay. Then I would like to call Dr. Tingshi A. Sangma to come forward to the... Then Dr. Jacob R. Marak. Dr. Laster D. Sangma. Dr. Laster D. Sangma. Dr. Salmachi Sangma. Dr. Salmachi Sangma. Dr. Perli M. Lingdo. Dr. Bafir Shisha Karjana. Ibalawan Pinhun Riang, Ibalawan Pinhun Riang, Kashmiri Tangsang, Kashmiri Tangsang, Armelinda BD Lingdo, Armelinda BD Lingdo, Bahunlang Karwar, Bahunlang Karwar, you can take Bahunlang. Badahun Shisha Mertong, Badahun Shisha Mertong, Paula Merlin CM, Paula Merlin CM, Bibi Linda Dekar, Wanri Corridor Kiliad, Wanri Corridor, Irinti Panbu, Irinti, Dashisha Kargongor, Dashisha Kargongor, Kamti Mary Staba, Kamti Mary Staba, Vala Rishisha Karshing, Vala Rishisha Karshing, Aiban Dahun Ardar, Aiban Dahur, Aiban Dahur, you? Okay. And you? Vala. Wanka Niroy Pamela, Wanka Niroy Pamela, Semali Patwet, Semali Patwet, Annie Suchiang, Annie Suchiang, Dakaru Biam, Sanika Mauplang, Sanika Mauplang, so nice. Dr. Kam Datrang Sengkon, Joel Shabong, Joel James. We're running out of time. Yeah. Sanika. Dr. Balahun Shisha Posngap, Karishma Kongwil, Dr. Arfina M. Sangma. Arfina. Then Dr. Alprina. Alprina. Constance Shulai. Constance Shulai. Lochlin Nongbri. Lochlin Nongbri. Sister Ria.
Thank you all. Just a small token of appreciation, but I think a round of applause to everybody here who's actually put in an effort in every way. I mean, everybody here has given an effort, yeah. So we've come to the end. Now I'll request another member of the Joint Directorate Quality Committee and also a Medical Superintendent, Joint Director of Ganesh Das Hospital to kindly give away the vote of thanks. After that, I'll request everybody, you'll have to step outside. A security check has to be undertaken before you come in again. That's protocol for the CM's visit. Sorry. Once he goes off, we'll rock and roll. Don't worry.
So we've come to the end of the program, and I know you would like me to go through this very quickly because you want to queue in for lunch. But we must have a heart of gratitude. So allow me to go pedantically through down the list and thank everyone who has been here. So we've had a very fruitful JDC-inspired panel discussion on the HRH and also on the Unified SOP for Finance. So I'd like to thank first foremost Dr. Bapher Kharjana and Dr. Skem Kongkliam from Pongtung PHC, who have given us a very candid and honest reviews of the workings of hospitals. Then I'd like to go and thank the esteemed panelists who joined us here for the panel discussion led by Byron. I'm sure that they were very happy to have a very short time. Otherwise, there were too many questions coming in, especially from Dr. Jacob. So I think we're very thankful for that also. And then I'd like to thank the World Bank team led by Lakshmi, and there was Chris and Deepali who were there, who spoke on quality care strategy, for which I know most of it went over our heads. I know none of you listened to it, and very few points were taken back. Therefore, only Arwan could answer. Then I'd also like to thank Sonata and her team for the most important, I thought the most important discussion today, because it's we have no money, we have nothing to do, and we cannot go forward for anything. So we would have liked more time with Sonata, in fact. But thank you, Sonata. Thank you, Byron. Thank you, Bakaman also. And I'd like to thank our additional director, Sir Paul, for giving away the awards for today, to thank all the members who had contributed in our NQAS journey. But most important, I'd like to thank all the participants who have traveled from near and far to be here, to enjoy yourselves, to willingly, share your journeys for NQAS and quality, and hip hip hooray for all of us. And then lastly, I'd like to thank the organizers for this very important, or the very first time, in fact, that the Joint Directorates came together to, put up something like this, where we could all come and join hands and share with one another, know each other's faces, recognize each other, award each other. So these are the people who were the invisible heads and hands who worked for this, making this day a very successful day. And I call out your name, please come out, at least raise your hands. Rosa. Cynthia.
Mati, Charisma, Badab, Meban, Frankie, Dabmon, Joel Shabong, Joel James, Kamdathrang. These are the Joint Directorate Management Team. And then there's one very important member who I know has probably had a lot of hypertension, maybe some divorce papers from his wife. Dr. Arwan Lang Panbo. Let's give him a round of applause. So thank you all of you for coming today and sharing with the Joint Directorate Committee this very important panel meeting. And we hope we have more sessions like this together. Thank you.